Anyway, here we go into our first game. Reset comp, good initiation from WE. A hint of global with the Rise, Anyone's Legend, split pushing top lane, strong laning phase out of the bot side, and Tarzan on the Poppy, which he's been very, very good at as well. Coaches will shake hands, and we'll get on our merry way, won't we? Let's get into game. One, hope you be careful here. Spots him. Full 5-stack from WE. Gets some award and Tribrush, but nothing else. Q from Kyle a little bit short there. Who won draft? Look, I think WE get a comfort draft, but on the whole, I think Anyone's Legend have got, you know, Kalista Nico, which can just blow up in the game if you make a mistake at any point. You have... actually, I'm a little bit worried by the Yard. I don't think it's a huge draft diff. I don't think it's a huge draft diff in either direction. W with comfort, but I don't think it's like complete out draft. Maybe we'll see more about that later. Bone plating taken off. It's going to be the on-hit Kalista, by the way. Not lethality, which we sometimes see. Q onto Nico. Fails to clear the ward. Ah, that's a problem. Vampire, please don't tell me you're going to die for a ward. Ren comes through, good damage. Lethal tempo stacked up. So Vampire losing a bunch of HP to fail to kill a ward and a brush. And that's the kind of thing which you need to be really wary of. This is the duo lane, the Kalista Nico, which can punish you very, very hard for making mistakes. And he just made a pretty big one at level 1. I do think that Vampire's had a good run of things. These are the stats for Anyone's Legend on the champions that they're on. Hope undefeated on the Kalista, Shanks undefeated on the Annie. And Tarzan and Kyle. I think they lost a game on these champions versus BLG, maybe? On the other side, Vampire's played a ton of this champion. Cube 7 and 2 on the Rumble. That's pretty good stats. Again, WE are not a high win rate team. The Rumble's good. Also, I mean, Rumble, I don't see it being fantastic versus the Yara. I haven't seen many people playing it. I think that Rumble is able to clear through waves very well to the point where Yorick just can't just split push. Titan's stuck at level 1. Again, reminder, a lot of this is because Vampire walked up, tried to clear a ward, and failed to do it. Tarzan clearing the vision plant. We'll take the control ward as well. Monkey is leaving his top side. If you look at the minimap, he is hot-tailing it down there, walking from all the way up here, trying to walk down towards the bot side of the map. However, AL don't need to go for a hard dive here. You don't have to. Just have to make sure that Tay's not getting XP. Keep him at low level. You do need to be careful here to back off. Dancing Grenade is going to go over. E's coming through, and Tarzan's not around. Cal flashes out. Wave under tower. Vampire, flash of fours. Now that might be a problem. Really good wall stun because they didn't spot out Tarzan. Where's the Rend? They need that extra little bit of damage. They get it. There's no reset. Viego goes down. That's the second one. And while Monkey came down to try and save his bot lane, got there on the right time. They overstayed. And they didn't see Tarzan in the brush. They'll walk away with 2 early kills. And saying, my dude, you can't stand up to this. You can't walk up to this. Red buff applied. That'll be another kill to hope. Feats of strength earned the first bit in 4 minutes. It is only the level 2 Vampire on the Leona. Really good wall stun. No follow-up there, sadly, for onto the wall stunned, not stunned, the W stunned Ballista. And it ends up being a killer piece across all of the members of Enemy's Legend. Get into a pause. You know what that means, by the way? We can do some pause trivia. What was my pause trivia? I had a pause trivia thing last time. Did I already waste It's Taeyeon into an unplayable situation, basically. Very early to move into mid lane at this timestamp, but... Oh, no, it's not. At the timestamp that they did, it was like 6 minutes or something like that. Yeah, and then of course Tarzan leveraged off of that too, and then gave the kills over to the Kalista and the Nico each. Grubspeak started up. This is a chance for maybe W to come back onto the board. They do have Flash and Vampire. Really good Poppy ultimate, though. Also not quite connecting. If that lands, that's an instant one fight. Kalista getting some engaged through. But now maybe WWE can fight again. Cube, see have himself a Flash Vampire, misses the Zenith Blade. Terrible entry to playoffs, and Shanks puts a 3-man bear on top of them to win the fight. Anyone's Legend. Gonna crank up a little bit of tower aggro too, as Shanks will have. Can he get one more bit of damage? I think he can. Q will hit him. What does that end up being? 3 for none? W are getting roasted. Get absolutely blasted in this first game. Top lane turret starting to get shredded. 3 grubs over the side of anyone's Legend. They got themselves the first dragon as well. Teleport coming in from the Rise to bot side, Rumble to top side. WE using both of their globals here, actually. It's a big investment. Now if a big fight comes across, they won't be able to respond to it as easily. Pop ult is good. Wall stun. Not close enough there for Monkey. Often a larger hitbox than you think. While all this is happening... Hang on a second. Shanks literally just walks over. Are you kidding me? And they clump up like this? Now Vampire flashes forwards, misses his E, he stands up in the clump and dies. They saw him coming, guys. They saw him coming. On the other side, Monkey dies to Flandre as well. He gets some good, gets a kill, which is a problem, by the way. Giving a kill to the Yorick in early game gives him much larger ability to take off into the game. They can cook Vampire with garlic because he's already died this game. Yeah. Yeah. It's really hard to play Leona from behind, but the early game, you just needed to play so much more respectfully. Well, this game feels like a bit of a formality after this point. Sorry to ruin the surprise run. It feels like a bit of a formality to AL. With this kind of lead, you expect them to just kind of roll over the game after this point. Dark Procession lands into Cube, Equalize drops on the other side. Yeah, Yorick I didn't think would be the best matchup into... Hang on, he doesn't have Flash here either. Monkey should be able to get that stun. Choosing not to go towards it. Just there's not that many cooldowns left from top lane, so he just walks around. Can't force anything out of Flandre. Morning Mist hits. Good damage. Tibbers into bot side. No Malignance yet for Shanks. Carrot's getting completely bodied there in the 1v1. Kyle roaming around. Has flash, has ult. His first ult of the game for Nico tends to be a pretty nasty one. Vampire. Vampire's level 5 at 12 minutes. Vampire is level 5. Huh? 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 Yeah, that is a big problem for WE. Bomb's taken away. I mean, Realm Warp's coming in from Karis to try and get them into turret. They need to get a tiny bit of XP, but they're doing this to get Vampire towards level 6 and to get a tiny bit of fun. Then you have to use Realm Warp to get access to a wave. Vampire gets level 6 off of that, and now he can use the Solar Flare to be very threatening, but, like, this is how poorly the early game has gone for Taeyeon and Vampire. Taeyeon is down almost 40 CS. Vampire was stuck at level 5 for God knows how long. Monkey, oh, flashes forward. Really trying to find an angle here. There is a flash. I'm hoping he'll use it. Gun call. First shot hits. Second shot gonna hit because he stands next to the wall. And that is a kill there. On the other side of the map, though, Karis goes down and the turrets And Vampire, there's no follow-up for you. Not sure why you will use that E to go in. Actually puts himself in danger there. Stayed around a little bit longer. Trying to be able to get the stun onto it. Tarzan. Now looking to get the wall stun. A monkey flashed in and ulted as well. So he has nothing left to protect himself against the Poppy. He gets himself a solo kill onto his opposing number. Hope you idiot. Affectionate. Yeah. Yeah, oh, hang on, Dark Possessed Nigel to say it has to flash out. That's the threat of the Yorick. If you don't have a way out of the cage, your flash is blown very, very easily, much like a mini Jarvan ult, really. Oh, okay, that doesn't work in the way that I thought it did. I thought I was muted for that cough. I wasn't. I forgot that the cough... I have two different cough buttons and one of them doesn't work. Keep trying to get out some... hang on a second. Getting a decent trade here. It does have an equalizer coming up now. You know, the level 1 where he walked up to hit the ward, in which he basically gave up all of his HP, lost them all laning presence. You cannot afford to do that against a team like Anyone's Legend and a bot lane like Kalista Nico. You fall apart in that kind of lane and it goes to shit so quickly. By the way, you'll notice the Predator Belt in inventory for Rumble. The Predator Belt is a decent item on the new patch. Helps you escape the Dark Possession from time to time as well. Leandry is being nerfed, of course, in this patch. Only 60 AP, I think it is. Vampire deciding the game level 1? Yeah, he did. Just not in the way that his fans would like. Only 1 kill on the board at 18 minutes. 10,000 gold down. 2 dragons down. 3 grubs down. Quandary is going to get 1v3. That's not a great solar flare. Flandre doesn't have flash, but that's a really good dark possession. Taeun's died in the mid lane. Flandre still killing people. Vampire might die here. The Heartbreaker's good though. 1,000 gold shut down over to Cube. That being said though, 3 grubs. Herald push into the mid lane. They're going to get themselves a top lane turret, but they're going to lose a full inhibitor. Hang on, where's this going? Where do they go with this? Into the bot lane inhibitor turret if they can do that. They tanked the tower shot because the Herald would have died on that play. Well played from Anil's Legend to realize that. Is this going to be a double inhibitor push? I mean, Taeun's already dead. It's not like W can take a 5v4 in the mid lane. Flandre dies, but buys so much time. It's such a strategic advantage. Double inhibitor down. Cube exploded as Shanks goes forward with a Storm Surge. And W not only lose 2 in the mid lane, they lose 2 inhibitors as well. Cube died. Taeun died before that. 2 inhibitors down. Flandre will respawn. He'll have a teleport to get back out onto the map. Only 1 inhibitor left to claim. WE have been taken to class. They've been taken to school. And they have a lot to learn, folks. They have a lot to learn. Dragon is available. W do have objective bounties. They managed to get 1 off of the top lane outer turret. Callista Ren will secure this easily. And again, it is just a 10,000 gold lead. 10,000 gold lead. Before 20 minutes. Disgusting. I do like the fact that Shanks has gone towards the full pen, by the way. Even upgrading the early boots for a little bit more flat pen can be really nasty on top of the flat, gets the wall stem. Really well played from Tarzan. Flash afterwards doesn't get away from the Poppy ultimate, which sucks for him. This is what happens when top teams stop working on the patch and start preparing for specifically for an opponent. Something very true about that. That's why LPL playoffs tends to be very different from regular season. Teams focus on the patch in regular season, and then when they, besides some specific games, right? And it's not like they don't put priority on opponents, but yes, I think in playoffs it goes up another level. Objective bounties again available for WE. Going to take another side lane turret. Going to quickly take that from Monkey and Karis. No Triforce. So Monkey just thinking as Triforce, keeping the APM up. Doesn't actually give him any bonus casting Q like that. As Khan goes down, AL will get themselves even more flowers and the increased value of them. 34, taking that top lane in turret. Double inhibitors elsewhere. Karis trying to clear through bits and pieces of the super minions on the other side of the map. Takes me a long ass time to push things, doesn't it? Super minions in mid lane. Flandre will escort them. We saw a 26-minute victory just yesterday from FPX over Top Esports, weirdly. Very dominant game. AL might get even faster than that. Combo coming through onto Shanks, but he doesn't have to do that much about it. KL, defensive Nico ultimate, and that'll do them just fine. Storm Surge takes down Karis again. The W's engage fails. Their engages have always failed in this game. Curtain call's not bad. Shanks needs to be careful. Shutdown comes through. Why would you recall like that? Monkey goes down all the same. Tarzan, good knockup before he hits the ground. But it's still 2 kills back. Hope has the lethal tempo stacked up. Misses the Q, uses the cleanse, and a W under the turret. We'll still see him dead. Some messy play from anyone's Legend, but they will get themselves their 3rd inhibitor. And WE give up a good fight, lose 3, take 3 with them, but they have lost 3 inhibitors. Now you have to wave clear against double super minions in every lane. Oops. I mean, this should be a walk it down to the Nexus kind of affair now. Shuffle in your minions. So the Equalizer doesn't combo up that well. Good W from Tarzan to stop the immediate engage. Karis gets completely bodied. You know, it's very hard to engage Leona into a Poppy with your E. Your ult's fine, but you can't do that much after. And then Shanks just doesn't respect where Monkey can be. The curtain call too. Flandre flashed in to make sure there's not a second reset. Important, so of course, Viega reset's one of the more nasty things to deal with in team fights. A couple of oversteps here from Annual's Legend, but they still get their 3rd inhibitor. Flandre 7-1-4. Highlighting the build there for you. So he's maxed the he's maxed the E 2nd, of course he does. No, why is that special? There's nothing special about that. Yeah, it's just the E second. Sometimes you do the W second against some matchups, but hey, not here. That's just your regular Yorick build in Pro Flex. Morning Mist hits. Takes a bit of damage onto Vampire. Get the meow of the ghouls. Another E hits into Vampire. Kyle has the cannon. He could actually tank turret. Transform into the cannon. Quite hard to do that in the face of many champions though. Inhibitor respawns. Quickly taken. That is the shortest lived inhibitor I've ever seen. The second one will be soon after that. Clearing through. W, they are on Bloons tower defense, and they've only got that one single dart monkey. That's it. You've got the Moab heading at you, the mother of all Bloons. Second inhibitor falls again. Anyone's Legend. Just gonna chunk down turrets. W have no way to outplay this, really. They must find resets for Viego, and it's so hard to get that. Yeah, Dark Procession locks in Tayun. Tower's gonna go down. Wave clear's not there. E misses from Vampire. And what an awful game he's had, even on such an iconic champion for him in that Leona. 0-4. The Maiden will fall. Wall stun comes through, and a triple ultimate from the Nico. We'll see this game done. Karis can't do enough with the blue stuff. Tayun will get killed on the Nexus 2. This is a schooling. In under 25 minutes, WE are slaughtered. Anyone's Legend making fools out of them. Predicting the matchup. Okay, last pick towards support for Kyle. We expected the Nautilus, but Alistair now locked in instead. Cassante for Cube. Before that, though. Cassante and LPL has been better than the rest of the world, but Cassante in general has not been good this season. Who has the better drafts? I think Anyone's Legend have a better draft for me. You know, Cassante is not the champion he once was. Yes, you have a proactive mid-jungle, but I don't know whether WE are really going to be able to get onto the carries that they want to between a really annoying front line. You know, Sion and Alice are very hard to kill. Wukong puts the Cyclone up and then clones backwards, so the clone Cyclone. It's really difficult to reach those carries. Shanks Azir has a very good history as well. So for me, I think that Anyone's Legend clearly win draft. But somehow they have to reach those carries. They're a really nasty front line without the best ability to deal with it. Let's hear those Jazz. Bit of a miscommunication there, I think. What's the second series? It is Weibo JDG. Level 1. Ah, that's a problem. Crashes down and taken down for first blood. Oh, Vampire. Starting off game 2, much like game 1. Level 1 has been a problem for WE. WE last game, they were the ones that stacked up. And, look, honestly, WE, I think they've been really exposed in this series. AL, a very strategic team. And W, a team with strategic flaws to them. Cube and Monkey. Did they walk over the ward? Did they see them? Sion walking into the jungle. Can he walk over and, hang on a second, ships in the night. He's going to be seen by Monkey now. Yeah, there you go. Now Monkey uses Empowered Q. Gonna get the knock up onto him. Tarzan takes a decent trade. Of course, stack out that Conqueror. Oh, and Blast come back in. Monkey has to flash away. The level 1 from WE has just not been good enough. Flandre's Q will be coming back up again soon. Flash the Sword, not the best angle there. Actually, if that hits, I think that's an easy kill. Flash out of the Q3 from the Cassante. The Q from the Ori, not quite enough. The Conqueror helping 1-for-1 so far. Lethal Tempo by Shanks will help him in these extended trades. Cube going to get knocked up. Q sweet spot does land onto him. The Q3 not getting that much value. The Lethal Tempo is doing so much work from Shanks. But Karis hits the level 2, and that is a big difference here. 2-for-1, I suppose, in the early game level 1. Both junglers going down means that actually it could be much worse for WE. Both junglers being delayed on their clear. WE's comp seems much harder and much easier to execute than AL. I disagree. Cassante is much harder to play as a front line in this kind of comp than the Sion Alistair, I think. Because if W ever engages onto AL, I think AL have a very easy time of it, right? Monkey hits level 2. Off of Raptors, Tarzan takes his blue buff. Monkey looking at spoiling for a fight now, I guess. First blood did go over to Hope. He's got himself that first back already. Vampire, we'll see that the Gromp has not been started. And yeah, Tarzan backing off completely. Who got that kill? It was Cube that got the kill. Neither him nor Flandre able to recall, though, from the jungle kills. And Monkey does get himself into the enemy jungle, and luckily for him, does manage to get something. Tarzan trying to just avoid the Pantheon, because Pantheon is such a nasty early game brawler once he has that passive stacked up. Tarzan gonna go towards the wolves, it looks like. Oh no, okay, no, just taking the blast gun, puts down a ward in the enemy jungle. We'll take the blue buff instead. Blue buff to blue buff, so trying to get the 3 buff. Hope my voice survives. Yeah, me too, Angie. We shall see. There's a smite for Tarzan. Shouldn't be a problem onto this. Q puts down a ward in top river. Monkey still... misses the ward. So Tarzan going to be fully spotted. That charm lands onto Shanks. Nice play there. Shanks does have teleport, so he'll be able to get back towards lane anyway. He's likely going to do that on this wave, regardless of that charm landing or not. But still nice. Karis has himself the Dark Seal first back. Nice. That is the item which you always want to do. Tarzan gets himself top scuttle. We'll go back towards top camps. Shanks will teleport back in and give himself his jungle a bit more of a fighting chance to play after this. Karis doesn't have teleport, by the way. That's actually a big problem. I said that's a big problem. Okay, well, he's still getting a decent reset. Resets before the cannon wave, which you need to do so. Yeah, Sam's going to the NLC today. He's just going to watch the event, which I think is really cool. Bye-bye, tagged by W. Bot lane, of course, that gold lead comes from that early kill, not from laning. Azrael and Kai'Sa, even right now. Headbutt back to make sure he can't hold the wave. Nothing more to be done here. We'll save the cannon though, will Vampire. But it just means that they can't be like a freeze outside the turret, which can be kind of annoying for a big wave build-up. What's the point? LR is just going to bully the other teams? I mean, they're in the lower bracket. They went through the lower brackets, so by that logic, there are teams that can beat them. Now, whether they will do is another case, but I think that's not necessarily been, you know, that's not been, you know, as easy as said it's done. It's been, yeah, you know what I mean. Hope switching around the map, pushing in one wave. Monkey level 5, not level 6 yet. Tarzan does have smite, and we're able to get that. Behind a decent amount of camps onto Monkey, who is half a level ahead-ish. A little less than that. Yeah, it's worth noting that Vizachat, she's been playing really, really well. To the point where he got first All-Pro over Baus in top lane. Thank you, Limbo. Appreciate it. Monkey stealing away another wolf camp. So Monkey continuing to keep up an advantage over Tarzan. This is good stuff. Getting ahead in the jungle and keeping the Wukong down, that's a good thing. Headbutt away from the XP. Annoying there, Kyle. Flying starts at 3 AM? Wait, for who? For what time zone? Dragon started by Monkey. Lucky minion gets chomped. Oh, okay, yeah, so from +8, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, Dragon secured by W. Much better early game from them, particularly through early jungle pathing. The fact that Tarzan ended up dying that level 1 as well in the jungle trade was really huge. Because if he ends up surviving and getting ahead of the curve, I think that's disastrous for W, especially since Vampire died so early on as well, giving gold over towards the Kai'Sa. Hope's Kai'Sa has been legendarily good too. Worth noting he's using Jackie Love's Chroma on the IG skin as well. Plunder attempting to stop any backs from that bush. He had no ward inside. It's been so good seeing Flandre come back to the LPL, of course, in last year in this one. One of the OGs of the LPL top lane. I really came to fruition in 2015, 2016 on Snake. Never made it international during his carry prime. Yes, and he did win Worlds in 2021, but that was actually not the Flandre which a lot of people knew and loved. He was, after LPL won MSI 2015, the whole region was enamored by tank bruiser top laners, so, you know, stuff like your Nautilus top, your Urgot top, stuff like that. It took a while to get actual carry top laners across the board. That's more of a more recent phenomenon. After the Shy, really, but Flandre is the guy that did that before. 3 grubs over to the side of AL. Flandre does have flash, does have... Oh, is he going to die before he can use either of them? Yeah, I think he is, actually. Ult goes in. Maybe she should have stayed into the play. Good sweep there coming in from Shanks, and the Cyclone is arguably better. Great engage coming through from AL. I think Flandre should have just saved the flash and maybe to hang on a second. Shanks get a charm onto him. Cube will be able to get 1 back, so that's going to be 2 for 2, all things said and done. Any extra follow-up? Karis does have another charm. Hope does have cleanse, looking to cleanse away from the charm. Oh, the corner flash! The corner flash so nearly landing there from Karis. A rarely seen mechanic on the Ahri, but it goes into the clone instead. Really good reactions from Tarzan. Thank you, Bradley. Appreciate it. You know, that's the first time I've seen a corner flash in pro play. That's an Ahri mechanic we don't see as much of. Pantheon going top lane to dive. Hope doesn't have himself cleanse anymore, which is a bit of a problem. That being said, Tarzan still coming up here. Teleport coming in from Shanks. And Monkey's ultimate not leading to that much. Will buy the teleport out of Shanks, which means that mid lane is unattended, which means that Karis can get a plate. Karis walking out 2-0-1 from that plate too. 4 stacks in the Dark Seal. Happy with that. Flandre 3 grubs, taking 1, maybe even 2 plates on the bot side. So W losing out on the cross map because, you know, hang on a second, there's no teleport from Manuel's Legend on this side now. Shanks is going to get clipped by that Ezreal ultimate. This should be a one. Very, very dead Shanks. No ultimate. Very, very dead. Gets killed by Monkey. Other side of the map. Yes, there was 2 plays taken, I think, actually, in that bot side. W using their globals well. Macro has not been nearly as upended as it was in game 1. Ooh, Q inches off there, heading on to Karis. I think AL, sorry, not AL, I think Flandre really should have just died in them. Like, we'll go back to watch this replay. Flandre should not have flashed. He was going to die, he had an ignite on him. Just stay in, use your zombie. Use your zombie. You were going to die anyway. All he does is deny himself passive value. How many auto attacks does he get from his passive? He gets 2 on the ward, and that's it. If he'd stayed in, could have at least body blocked some skill shots, especially against the Ezreal, can be very important. Realistically, he should have just died in the play. Saved his flash. Charm onto him. First item not built up from Karis just yet. By the way, someone just joined my Discord server, by the way, who I met at World's Finals. There's a guy with an LPL tattoo. He has, like, the LPL logo as a tattoo. So Jamada and I have, like, a pog face emote at, or, like, like the Wojak meme. Looking at his tattoo is really cool. That was a very cool experience. World's Finals was a good time. I really enjoyed being in London. London's a great city for events like that. The O2 is a very good venue. Into the side lanes we go. Slight gold lead for WE. Pantheon is back up and actually could go on to Shanks. Shanks needs to be a little bit careful here. Not hit by that Q3 though. That means that Q... Oh god, Q just gets demolished there on the other side of it. Nasty, nasty damage. Shanks not on his first item just yet. Dragon up and alive. W could get their second one. First item for Tarzan. Worth noting, again, the early jungle pathing was good from Monkey to keep Tarzan down. Tarzan is now in the game. He has that Triforce, and the Cyclone is disgusting. You know, if you jump too far forwards, Cyclone lands, you're dead, son. Coming into this fight, you know, Dark Seal, Malignant, Sword Boots. Karis is very strong for this point in the game. So yeah, she does a lot of damage towards that Sion. Flandre doesn't have flash because he used it in that earlier play. Could teleport into things, so they want to take the fight with their front line being quite low. Maybe they do. Really good Q there from Karis. Double Q onto Hope means he's lost a lot of HP. How good's the Cyclone? Do they want to play for this? Kyle gives himself a full combo. Doesn't pull that ultimate quite yet. Doesn't have to. Cyclone onto 3. Vampire ults backwards. Tarzan maybe gets pulled out of the fight, and the Monkey goes down. Shanks tries to look for a sweep. Doesn't get the most value out of it. Hope still free firing in the backline. Monkey getting some value. Flandre dies. Cube trying to clean up. Hope steps out on those Qs though, and he'll be the one to clean up. Cube, a valiant effort. Not going to be able to complete the play. As Kyle makes sure it is a 5 for 3. I'd love if I didn't have to sneeze midway through a team fight. That'd be awesome, wouldn't it? 4 kills to Hope on the Kai'Sa. That's a problem. You must now reach the Kai'Sa in every other fight beyond this point. So what happens here? Flandre half HP. Charm lands onto him. Karis had a really good intro to this fight. Cyclone 3 is disgusting, though. Cyclone is just utterly disgusting. Big mistake by Karis. Jumps into a Cyclone and then into the Sion ultimate. Karis was so strong, and then basically takes himself out of the fight by flying into the Wukong ultimate, which then CCs him into the Sion ultimate. Just all over the Dragon Pit and you're completely fine. Or even into the backline. You can actually do a little more damage that way. Just spread that Malignance. Maybe give your life for it. If Karis has a better fight, hopefully we win that fight, I think. Shanks flashing out on bot side. Vampire does have a flash to combo if he wants to, but Shanks will slide and glide away. Ultimate used from Monkey. That's a problem. They really need those globals to keep pressure onto Shanks on the sideline. Kyle does have flash, doesn't have ultimate. Teleport. And Dragon didn't die, importantly. Tarzan has Cyclone again, has flash. No Pantheon ultimate to open up extra angles. Flandre doesn't have ultimate to go in here. No fight coming through. Vampire does have flash, does have Magnet Storm now. Shanks not coming to the plate. Do we have another Cyclone? Maybe. There we go. 3-man again. Vampire going defensively once more. Where is Shanks? Can he get us something over the wall? Kyle now low, does have his ultimate running. How much damage can Hope do? Not that much. That was an ill-fated engage. Not really sure about that. The Dragon had already gone down, and suddenly it's going to be 3 to the side of WE. A really good set of defensive ultimates by WE, using the Magnet Storm backwards as Vampire. Rarely do we see him go backwards instead of forwards, but it works out pretty well. Charm missing onto Shanks, but it still does a lot of damage with a Malignance and a flip back out of the slide. Shanks will go down. Hope the only remaining person to do damage. As Cube gets a double aggro from towers and goes down. Landed that Q3, but Hope now with a 5th kill on the Kai'Sa, 1,000 gold ahead. AL, I don't get why they looked for that play. Tarzan was obviously going to die. Hang on a second. Monkey gets the crap. Sion ultimate going towards top lane. AL need to chill out a little bit. You know, Tarzan has thrown himself into death 2 fights in a row for 2 Cyclones, which looked good at the start, but didn't have enough follow-up. Hoping that last play couldn't dive into the back line. Shanks was a little bit late onto it as well. Herald. Going to be claimed by anyone's legend. They have the 3 grubs, makes it even more powerful to use. 2-item Kai'Sa, by the way. Jesus. So Tarzan jumps in and then just immediately gets CC'd. You know, Hope is not flying into the backline. They don't get any damage onto Taeyun. Shanks doesn't get a sweep into this too. And Tarzan goes way too deep. He's just not tanky enough to go for that kind of play just yet. And then, of course, Shanks waits too long on his cooldowns, gets flipped back out of it. He's trying to dodge out the skill shots, goes down. Shanks having a bit of a difficult game, actually. Despite his Azir being one of his more confident champions. Hope 5 kills in Kai'Sa, though. Like, even though W have the gold lead, they haven't killed the Kai'Sa with 5 kills. So, until that happens, I care a lot less about that. Magnet Storm onto the Wukong. Ari gets themselves kill participation. Karis so strong, and Tarzan goes down again. A bad game from the jungler of anyone's legend. Hope, 5 kills. Resets from Karis. He jumps forwards, needs a charm. There is cleanse from Hope. Oh, and he gets put back out of it from the W. Cube interrupting it. Hope left alone. What a strange game from anyone's legend. Shove full in, but Shanks doesn't hit anyone with it. Karis, the better mid laner of the 2 so far in game 2. Cube punts out Hope into a wall, cancels out that ultimate. Hope was way too far up looking to follow up on that play, but Tarzan has now just chained into 3 times. The Tarzan has chained into 3 times. You know, I like the guy. I think the guy's a fantastic jungler, but that is not easy to play around at this point. You're now down, you know, 1,000 gold when you were even for a lot of this game. Karis going towards Shadow Flame, 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. And Karis feels great about this game now. Flandre's down a decent amount of gold. Now Tarzan needs to chill. Tarzan really needs to chill. Yes, I know the side clones look juicy, but you can't just throw yourself in and expect you're going to live through everything. This is worse than watching DRX because I actually have hope. Wait, for who? For anyone's like, oh yeah, no. Look, at the end of the day, this is still a very fed Kai'Sa, and Hope is a very good player of the champion. So, gold lead over to WE. They need to find a way to stop Hope from taking over the game later on. Actually wonder whether Hope should go towards more of an AP scaling build this game. I guess the Nash is third. It's likely to see that anyway. If you go towards the Nashes, I think WE with their lack of Merc Tread so far. Tabby on Vampire. Potentially get some good poke value out of it too. At that point, you really do outrange. That's a nasty build to have. Why didn't the Shy play Cassante? Cassante is not that good a champion right now. He works quite well in LPL because fights gets quite scrappy and you can take someone out of the fight more easily. Zia turret using the side lane. Game's slowing down a little bit. Dragon's spawning again. Kyle finding pick onto Monkey, and this time Vampire doesn't get a good charm onto the Wukong. How much can Taeyeon do? And how much can Karis do? 1-for-1 so far. Support for jungle. Kyle goes down, but the Wukong is alive this time, and Hope gets to really get some damage down. Taeyeon, you must do more than this. Karis doesn't land the charm. Anyone's Legend this time, they find the pick which they want. Karis doesn't have ult now, and AL will buy themselves the dragon. No smite available for WE. It's all on Taeyeon to get something down if anything were to happen here. Smite from Tarzan, level 11, can be easily taken here. Teleport back into the play from Karis. And AL managed to find themselves a good pick. This time it's Monkey on the worst end of that. Atscon is available. They might teleport and look to start this, actually. Hope doesn't have ult just yet. He's on vision. I'm not sure if he knows he's on vision. Presumably not, if he's walking that. Atscon started up. Tarzan doesn't have Cyclone now. Monkey does have ult if he wants to catch out someone. Hope has Cleanse and Flash. 2 items, of course. Nasty moment. Vampire in the brush. Spotted now. Flandre puts on that shield. Broken by Rel. Atscon going low. Remember, it shreds them. Shanks, if he gets a sweep, when they're all shredded like this, they are going to evaporate. See how much damage he's doing onto Vampire there. Has the Rylai's second. Flandre, very tanky. Might get carried over the wall, though. Where's Cube going? Yeah, he takes him over the wall. Needs to ult out. Gets onto Karis, maybe. Gets a knock-up onto Monkey. And the Atscon secured by AL. 1 for Monkey right now. Flandre goes into the zombie, still doing value. Double kill towards the Ahri. How much more can they do? Not that much, because they're stuck fighting the zombie. Might get onto Hope, though. And he does. Karis gets the triple. As the quadra kill for the Ahri with a 5,000 damage team fight from both him and Taeyeon. So Atscon secured by anyone's Legend. The W get the fight afterwards, 5 for 2. Atscon on top of that. AL do get the feats of strength for securing the objective, but WE, ton of work put in by their mid laner. Karis 2.5k gold ahead. Shanks having a poor game on the Azir right now. It started off with a pick, which of course led in towards the dragon. So AL did get themselves that, of course. Vampire flash combo, not that valuable this time. Didn't actually catch the Wukong out, which is typically the way he's been using that combo. Flandre gets to sit front in the front line after that point. And then of course the Atscon comes up afterwards. Flandre gets completely chain CC'd, and the follow-up from AL is just a little bit too slow. They focus on the Atscon instead of focusing on the champions, which I suppose gets them the objective, but feels a little worse at that point. The sweep is not great from Shanks. You know, he doesn't get Taeyeon, and Taeyeon then just guns him down. So Shanks, to me, Probably the main criminal there from Annual's Legend. Half of the damage just immediately evaporates. Karis gets to reset. Shanks does have the Ryalize, which does help him slow people into play. 10-stack Magi for Ari, by the way. Best item in the game. Especially for Ari. I will get Hydro Deserve, thank you. Appreciate it. Still somewhat winnable for AL? Oh no, I would even say that AL are still in the advantage. No, I think they scale much better as a team. There is a 9-kill Kai'Sa. Look, there's a 9-kill Kai'Sa. AL, of course, have a good chance in this game. The Ahri is very snowballed, though. Shanks gets some tougher side lane turret. Be happy with that. Karis not going towards Liandry's means that Flandre still feels a little better on the front line, but, you know, he's not exactly itemized into MR, has he? Yeah, so Flandre doesn't need to worry about Karis. He needs to worry about Taeyon, of course. Very much needs to worry about Taeyon. Red buff stolen away. 3k gold lead towards WE. Tarzan, off of vision right now. Still about the same gold lead in jungle as it was before, but it's 2 items plus components now, really. I guess the boots are nice. Tarzan has a sweeper. Ooh, might be able to get on towards Taeyon. Doesn't have flash. That's a problem. He uses his E. Oh, Taeyon, why were you there? A 10th kill towards the Kai'Sa. And yeah, Flandre is pretty much unkillable. Karis ends up blowing his ultimate. He has no HP. If he dies, that's Magi stacks on so much gold value with it. He'll escape. But at what cost? Taeyon shut down. A 3rd item for Hope. Getting towards a tankier build, actually, the Terminus. Gold share between Tarzan and Hope. So what happened in this top river? Charges up his ultimate, finds out Karis. He basically one-shots the Ahri. Ultimate now going in towards topside on live. Who's that catching? Shows the minimap, please. Finds no one. That's why they don't show us, I guess. Tried to catch out a recall. Not able to do so. And now we have a 2,500 gold advantage to either side in carry rolls. In mid lane, it's towards WE and the Ahri, who's stacked up with that Magi's. And, Annual's Legends in the 80 carry. 3-item Kai'Sa. Taeyon's Ezreal. So often been PowerPoint for him. You do so again. Q breaks the Celestial opposition onto Vampire. Hope not going towards an AP build, as we were saying before. Terminus gives him better auto-attack DPS, but not so much about the AP. Flandre does need to be careful about the chain CC. Ignite put onto him. Flashes away, can teleport down. Of course, Dragon is up and available, will be soul point for WE. IL don't have to give this. Don't have to take this, rather. Does Flandre choose to teleport in? Controlling the mid lane right now. They can threaten Baron. Of course, with the Kai'Sa being so fed, with Hope's Kai'Sa being so fed, they can say, okay, you take the Dragon. Get yourself soul point. It's not the soul itself. If they control the mid wave, he who controls the mid wave controls the galaxy. W intercepting the mid wave higher up there. I wonder whether Karis actually might try and jump in and force a combo out of Shanks. Guess it's hard to do that on the turret. 10 kill Kai'Sa. Gunning down the Baron. What's the HP at? Shows the HP. Charmer's Kyle uses that ultimate. What's the HP on the Baron? It's gone. It's gone. That's why they were playing towards it. Kyle will die, popping that ultimate. But why didn't they show us the HP on the Baron? That's why it's kind of important to see that. WE, a little bit slow on that AL. Give the Dragon. Put the tower up in mid lane. Take Baron. Would have really liked to see that HP, though, there, observers. Karis gets himself another 2 Magi stacks. They probably should have just given him the kill there, by the way. Just give him the 4 Magi stacks. Flandre doesn't have flash this time. Does have ultimate. Oh, that's too far from WE. That's way too far. You have tried to jump in on the Scion, and that is a very questionable experience. Double kill, triple kill to Hope. Doesn't even use his ultimate. The 2 carries alive from WE. They'll have enough damage to make sure that it's not going to be a fort. Hang on a second. Flandre does have the ability to maybe catch out one of these 2. Flash and ultimate available for Karis. Flash and E available for Taeyon. W lands onto him. Hope does have ultimate. Pops that supercharge. He jumps in. There we go. Does he get past the charm? Yes, he does. Flashes out the 10 kill Kai'Sa, trying to make the money's worth. 2 stacks of ultimate available for Karis. Combo onto him. Tarzan does have the damage to kill. And Karis might have gone a little too far. AL, through their 10 kill Kai'Sa before this, find themselves at a 13 kill mark for their AD carry. And WE have not found a way to deal with the Kai'Sa. Karis loses the Magi stacks. They don't have the Ahri. I would not be looking for a fight without your Ahri jumping in and immediately cancel out of the W. Hope, not that high HP though. So while the Ahri is gone, the Kai'Sa's not doing that much either. Cube flashing forwards onto the Kai'Sa. Really wants to get a kill here, get that shut down, and does so. Good K'Sante dive, but now they're stuck in a 2v4. And the Wukong, yeah, he's got some decent DPS after this point. Vampire, and he's going to survive to see this one. Tarzan, waiting until the shield wears off. Uses that. Uses the Cyclone to complete the kill. A bit of a rage ignite there as Vampire 2-6 in this game after a very poor performance in game 1. Not his best of days. Anyone's legend. Fell behind in this game, now 4,000 gold up. Karis has lost his Magi stack, sold it to get a voice staff instead. And he will force the ultimate out of him too. On the unstoppable onslaught of Sion. Four items on Hope, he gets himself a GA. Shanks has himself Leandries now, which means that the Rylai's ticks for even longer with the time over time. W, not a bad early game this time around. But they've just not had a good way to deal with this Kai'Sa. Yes, they've caught out Tarzan a couple of times. Yes, they've caught out Shanks on side lanes quite a lot too, but they've not been able to deal with Hope's Kai'Sa. Not teams have, in fairness. Taeyan is so bad. Well, I mean, you look at how he played in regular season, he was very good. You know, considering their win rate, this guy was really, really good for the level of team that they are. WE, reminder folks that AL chose to play WE despite the fact that WE technically had a better record than Weibo but not IG. They chose WE over Weibo. I think you can see why, right? WE are not a very disciplined team. And AL are a much better strategist team than Anyone's Legend. Turret put down by Shanks in the top lane. Shanks 2 levels up over Karis now. Without the Magi's, Karis has lost a lot of value. Wants to charm out of the combo. Has the chain lace crushes. Good CC chain. Shanks probably should have just flashed a little earlier. Hang on a second. You might be okay here all the same. Oh, great damage from him. Q misses. I was actually wondering if there was a turnaround play from Shanks with the flash ultimate. Ezreal ultimate. Won't kill here. Misses anyway. 2-man play on top side. Not working that well. And that's going to be a very dead kill. Ahri, 14 kills towards that Kai'Sa now. Jumps in and maybe a little more. Double kill, not to be a triple, because Kyle chooses to pick up one for himself, and why not Kyle on the Alistair? Been doing mighty fine work to apply the plasma there in that play. Flandre charges in towards mid lane, and the game's falling apart. WE, as soon as they lose control of the game ends. Anyone's Legend, very good at punishing the mistakes of a team who I think are lucky to be in the position that they are. W have overperformed to be at this point in playoffs, but I think AL are bringing them back down to earth, back down to reality. And with both carries dead, this should be the Nexus Tarrasque. Sweep onto the Nexus. 15 kills for the Kai'Sa. Hope showcasing his Kai'Sa skills once more as AL move to match point quickly in the series. The engage from WE then is Nefiri with the ball on top of it. I think Bard's great, and Kyle is a good player of it. Kyle rounds out the draft. It is engage. Is Tarzan using aggressive character? I mean, Xin Zhao, yeah, Xin Zhao's up there in the aggression tier list. So, WE, WE on elimination points, not elimination point, but they're on, you know, series points against them. They drop down to the lower bracket. I'm not sure which side of the bracket they drop down onto, actually. Let me go check. We shall find out shortly. Different compositions. Lane Bully top lane for Flandre. Lane Bully and mid lane for Shanks too, actually. The LeBlanc does count as that, but he needs to have a good matchup with it. Shanks used to be a big player of this, as we get into our third game of the day. Okay, so FPX IG is on one side of our losers bracket. W, if they lose here, will face the loser of JDG or Weibo. Now, they did beat Weibo. Alright, let's see those Gyos.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Lively crowd here in Beijing for both teams still. Also, they'll be sticking around for our second game of the day, which is Weibo versus JDG. There's a bit of an audio desync there. Monkey will see Tarzan. And Tarzan, ooh, kills some of the dogs. That's annoying because Monkey's clear speed does depend on those dogs. And there's a little cooldown for when each of them come back. Tarzan, by killing all 3 of them, will mean that he won't have the fastest early clear. Blocks the bone plating there. Airy for Karis. No point going towards the Comet, really, against the little block. Okay, there's a slight audio desync, so I'm going to go refresh the stream real quick, folks. 1, 2, 3, and we shall get back into the stream. Just making sure that the audio's resynced, because it's really annoying when things are just like half a second off. Flandre trying to use that grasp. Well, here, of course, proc that grasp really, really well. Doesn't have full vision in the brush because he's only using the bushwhack for it. 3-2. Wait, is he 3-2? I thought he was 2-2. There was 4 games on it. Brawn passive being stacked up on Kyle. Level 1 from Bard, often quite strong, so to lose that much HP there, not great from Kyle. Shanks jumping forwards again, not landing the W, but getting some damage there. So the Brawn passive getting applied. Volley missing there then. Ashe tends to have better wave control at level 1 than most AD carries, so they will get that push. Uzi made it to the Hall of Fame for League. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. The Hall of Legends. It's not necessarily a Hall of Fame, but it's the closest thing we've got, right? The reverse sweep starts now. I mean, by definition, if it was going to happen, it would have to start now, yes. The Nidalee pulling out the Gwen. Tarzan going into it towards topside clear. Invading. Bushwhacks. You can see that Flandre put down a couple of bushwhacks early on. Electrocute from Shanks. Gets some damage down there. Obviously harder to proc the thing, the bushwhack. Not the electrocute then. There's something like the Airy and the Clockwork Blinder. Stream streak for Gwen. Good to see you. Warp to you too. Invade coming through for Monkey. Kyle and Hope knowing they're on weak side. No real chance for dive. Quite hard to dive with a Brawn. And also against Cleanse Heal with a Bard being able to lock you up in the turret. I'm so nervous about the Nidalee pick when it goes to late game. Yeah, it's definitely quite hard to play in towards late game where you you are very much a lane bully. Very much a lane bully and an early someone that wants to play through early game. After that point, you do scale better than some people think. Just the chain chain misses, which means that the Q doesn't proc. Not great accuracy there from Shanks. If he hits that, there's actually a chance of a kill, by the way. Shinzak could have done some nasty work. So the map is split. Q put behind on the Gwen, Flandre ahead. Shanks can't cancel the recall here. Would die to the turret, I think. Karis would be able to, you know, jump back at him. Shanks will get an extra wave of farm, then teleport back in. This is actually quite an important thing in the mid lane matchup, by the way. If a mid laner recalls on one wave, and then the other mid laner recalls on the next one, even if they're even in CS like they are now, Shanks will get more gold until the other mid laner recalls and then actually spends the gold, which they didn't get a chance to beforehand. So Shanks gets himself to boots and Dark Seal. So it's Karis. Not being able to spend quite as much cash. There's a wave behind. In terms of gold spent. Refill pot, obviously very nice for the LeBlanc too. It does take quite hard trades against the Orianna. Could be quite a flippy matchup. I like the matchup, that's a fun one. Swapping around the map. Ashbrom trying to keep down the Nidalee as the Nidalee is 15 CS up. Shanks will jump force down. Where's the chain? There you go. No, better trade there this time. Shanks, when you hit that chain, yeah, nasty. This is the gold standard for a LeBlanc, by the way. You want to hold the wave here, so you can then jump beyond it and look for Really big plays. Kyle not going to get the wall stun. Forces the flash with level 6 hit from Shanks and gets himself first blood. Shanks, good wave control. Held the wave. Jumped beyond it to get a good trade. Kyle came over and got that first blood. That's really good wave control from Shanks. By making sure the wave was on his side, he could jump beyond it and force Karis into bad trades, which eventually led towards his death. 2 stacks on the Dark Seal by getting that first kill. That's an even better prize as well. Dragon will be claimed. Kyle with a good roam to confirm it. Karis chose to blind pick this Orianna. It's not worked out in the laning phase early on. And now giving a kill over towards that LeBlanc. That's a danger for the whole team. Laundry. Getting some grass procs where you can. Going towards Merc Treads first, not going towards components towards Triforce. Oh, Sundered Sky. It's often what we see from the Nidalee. Interested to see what the build will be. I wonder if there's any variation in the solo lane, top lane Nidalee. Monkey jumping towards Tarzan. Gets hit by that wind, becomes lightning. Hey, Blade. Thanks for resubscribing. Appreciate it with you. Appreciate you. 5 months of having you in the channel. For the sub, anyway. And of course, Sam appreciates you for all the modding work you do over in his channel too. Hope 1v1 and Cube. Ulting through the wave. Cube gets the needlework. Hope does need to be quite careful here. Cleanses through from one slow. Flashes out from the last one. So double summoners down from Hope. Uses that ultimate to clear out a wave, but loses both summoners for it. It would be cool if Ori Ball could go on one of the dogs. That would be awful. Dude, could you imagine randomly misclicking a dog and then shielding that instead? That'd be awful. Zillion would be nuts as a support for WE. Yeah, but Vampire doesn't play non-melee, non-engaged supports, really. So, I would say it's actually quite a bad thing for them. Tayan has level 6. They get jumped on, does have flash, does have ghost, flashes backwards. Asher comes back and there's a flash over it! Tarzan goes past deflection and gets a kill onto the Ashe. Oh, Tarzan, you beauty. Rare that you see the flash over it. You got to get past the fletching. Shanks was actually angling for a kill angle there onto Karis. He was in quite a lot of danger. He didn't necessarily know that. Grob's now started up from anyone's legend, likely to get all 3. Tayan blew both of his summoners. He had a good game on the Ezreal last time out. But, yeah, Tayan and Vampire really been put in the hot seat versus anyone's legend. And largely they have come out much worse for wear. Is it going to be the full 3 grubs? Yes, it is. The tunnel out. Bard helping. And the dog getting the stun onto Monkey. So go back into replay of this. When it becomes lightning tags. Flashes away. And look at this flash. The hitbox is not at the front of the arrow. A lot of people flash too early. It's in the back of the arrow by the flexing. You need to make sure you get over the end of the particle. And that's what they do. Really good job, Tarzan, on that. Jump forwards in the side lane. Of course, LeBlanc loves being in the side lane. 300 gold ahead with the kill. And of course, the 2 Dark Seal stacks as well. Extra 8 AP ahead of where they could be. Really want to see if Shank's going to have a better game. His Azir game was quite uncharacteristically poor from him. Side laning, the name of the game now. I was just resting my voice for a second. Turns out that doing 4 best of 5s within 2 days is quite a lot to do. It's quite daunting. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here anyway. Of course, I normally say this at the end of the games, but thank you to everyone who has been sitting here and watching the LPL, whether this will be on recording or on wherever else it is. Ooh, chain lands, that was a nice angle. But yeah, the LPL needs your help now more than ever. So regardless of where you watch it, you know, I'd like it to be here, but if you watch another stream, I'm glad you're helping our region. There is no official broadcast for the LPL anymore. You won't see like a stream on LoL Esports, for instance. It's a big way that we've lost a lot of footfall. And when we get in towards playoffs like this, that'll qualify teams towards MSI, teams like AL, a team that has never made internationals before. The only way you will have learned about anyone's legend is by watching streams like this. Whether that's me or LPL English or whatever. That's a really good chunk back from Shanks actually again. So yeah, if you're sat here watching the LPL, you're enjoying the content, well, even if you're not enjoying it, but even if you're sat here, thank you for partaking of the LPL. It means it does make a big difference while the official broadcast was killed this year. Shanks once again delayed his recall. Karis been punished a little. Shanks doing the RQW by setting up his R to B, the W at first. Missed out on the Q there at first. Shanks could get within kill range there. It's not safe for Karis to be that. Shanks would have to recall, teleport back into his bot side. Vampire W's over the wall, uses the heal too. He's got Spellbook, so it's less important. Hope does have the cleanse, doesn't have to use it. When it becomes lightning, slows down a little bit. Shanks teleporting towards top side, choosing not to impact the fight in bot side. Hope doesn't have flash just yet. Flandre not around. Not around the sideline. Choosing to stick around there. Bardol is not bad. Onto 2. Not really sure what they're angling towards there. What's the plan? Shanks teleported top lane. Is now walking his way down bot side. Goes pop from Taeyoon. I don't really get what AL did there. They give up the dragon. I guess they stopped the... Hang on a second. Tarzan might find a fight here, though. Vampire has to flash away. He has that spellbook. Does help him a little bit, of course, against double ranged bot lane. Choosing not to go towards the Guardian, of course, though, can be a little bit annoying. Shanks didn't want to give up that top lane wave, I suppose. He's actually fallen down a little bit of gold compared to where he was. He was, you know, 400 gold up. Fallen down a little bit from that point. Wouldn't want to fall behind any more. Especially since LeBlanc is inherently a snowbally champion. Hope gets him towards the first item, that Bloodthirster. Oh, misses that W. Does get the chain, though, and the electrocute afterwards. Karis did quite well in the side lane training on the whole. Stopped Shanks from recalling in the right time. Shanks is a little bit greedy with his recall spots. Triforce going towards that first item. Triforce is the first item for Flandre. We'll be heading towards that with the Sheen. Not going towards the Sundered Sky. Triforce into Sundered Sky, we've seen a bit. We have seen some of the Sundered Sky first, though, too. Vampire on the run. Kyle had that really good first play into mid lane to get that first blood for Shanks. Shanks has not really paid that back so far. No, a little bit lower HP. Has the refill pop, but he's... Hang on a second. Kyle, not sure about that one, buddy. Flash out. There's a shockwave availability. Kyle, what have you done? Kyle, my dude. Shanks, decent trade, but, you know, Karis might be able to get an extra play in here. Rara comes through, but misses. But why did Kyle have to take that? Karis dies, but I just don't understand what the goal was there. Kill towards Karis as Kyle loses his mind a little bit. Piece of strength for the kills. Earned by anyone's legend. Shanks going to put that wave into the tower. Monkey and Vampire. I mean, if Monkey gets within the range to ult, would kill Shanks, I think. Shanks gets out safely. Has another stack on his Dark Seal. How would Teemo fare versus Nidalee blind top jungle? I mean, it's... If you can flex the Nidalee into jungle at that point, then I think then you get completely destroyed. You'd have to R5 Teemo, but even then, I don't think it's fantastic, really. I don't know what matchups Teemo's actually good into, though, and I've never really explored that champion that much. I did see some people trialing some Teemo jungle at points. So, the action slowed down a little bit again. Level 11 by Shanks, which means that the Mimic is lower cooldown and does even more damage. Isn't that scary? A lot of effort has been put onto the side lane of the Orianna and the LeBlanc. A lot of people landing towards him. Monkey not going to contest the Herald. Takes the red buff. He'll be down before the time he gets there. Minor gold lead from AL. Have to say, though, WE, when they had the gold lead in last game, didn't make me feel as though they'd close out the game. Whereas in this game, with AL with a smaller gold lead, I trust them more to leverage it. That's what they've done. Hang on a second. Tarzan. Caught out by the arrow. Does have ult, does have flash. Would like to save that flash to go in over the pit if he needs to. Doesn't actually need to at the end of it. Kyle, with a good ult and a good tunnel, gets Tarzan out to safely. Flandre teleported away towards bot side to get himself some lane control. 1,000 gold ahead. That's that Triforce completed. So an arrow for Tone hits, but doesn't get any value. Tone's struggling this series, actually. LEC is really entertaining the split. Yeah, he is. He is. No, he is. Oh, yes, it is. And LEC is very entertaining. I think that having every team almost locking playoffs up until the last 2 games of play, that's awesome to see. I think a Monkey might go towards this side lane again. Everyone really running towards this. No, W don't want to leave Karis alone in a 1v1 versus LeBlanc, which is completely reasonable. AL shouldn't really be letting WE control the LeBlanc this much. LeBlanc should be getting a lot of power at this point in the game, but hasn't been able to do so. It's still only... Well, he had a gold league, basically doesn't now. How's going to be summoned mid lane, though? So while the LeBlanc might not be getting ahead, getting a mid lane turret is a huge win. Shanks getting jumped on by Monkey. Shockwave doesn't land. There is a flash available for the LeBlanc. Chain lands too, so Monkey commits that flash. Shockwave is put in as well. Cube gets to jump onto the mid lane, and there's not an awful bar ult. Stops the Brown getting as much value, but the Shockwave... We don't need a Shockwave, rather. The bullet time not getting that much value. Talon gets out. Taeyoon could proc that passive. Hope cleanses through the Brawn passive on the other side, and Flandre turns up to the play. And that might be enough for the Triforce spike. Vampire is overextended as well. There'll be a tower on the top side taken from WE. They are focused so hard on keeping Karis in the game that they forget about the rest of the map. Tower goes down, and they lose 2 on the bot half of the map. Shanks returns to a side lane now, not into the Orianna's lane. Ori gets some good gold from that side lane tower, but sadly, LeBlanc picks up a kill on the other side, and that 5 Dark Seal stacks down. Dragon taken. That was an interesting sound effect. So that's a tunnel into the Gwen, who just immediately turns things around with the everything. It's not a bad battle. Buys a little bit of time. Bullet time's nasty attack, given that the shield's a little bit late. Tarzan somehow survives through that. Flunder ends up running to the play a little early. Then I guess LeBlanc ended up... Who did LeBlanc go towards? Did he go towards the Ashe? Okay, killed off the Braum, but that was it, yes. I was trying to remember the fight. Cube has no flash. Does have a W, though. And Gwen is immune. Humanoid is not a top 5 mid. Oh, that is cap for LEC. I think that Humanoid was actually top... He was top 3 within regular season. Karis, daring Shanks to jump in. Would have probably been okay to jump in. Shockwave for Karis was available, though. Shanks clearing through another wave. Side lane turret's now down. The AL on both sides. Bot lane outer turret for anyone's legend. The only tower left standing in those side lanes. The outer ones, anyway. Second dragon claim for AL, as we saw a little earlier. Bushwhack onto Karis. We'll show him roaming through Rivet. AL will spot that. Uses the shrine to spot out a bit of vision too. Any champion with summonable stuff, it's like the ability to drop that little shrine down, or saplings, bushwhacks, do gain a lot of value in pro play. Because they're a half ward, right? And pros are always better at using wards and deciding where they should go. Again, right there, just checking out a brush and making it safe to walk up. You don't have to face check and go into melee range of the Braum. Kyle has the tunnel to get out of where the heck he wants to. Needs to get out of the back of the Baron Pit. Atakan spawned on the top side of the map. Available now. So, WE. Wanting to get some presence back on the map. They've done a good job of stabilizing Karis. With the first blood going towards the LeBlanc, often that lane completely snowballs out of control. Is Setup the worst mid laner in LPL? Let me think. Setup's definitely not great. Let me see if I can think of anything else. XQW is okay, I guess. Charlotte was meh. Saber was okay. I guess it's between Setab and no, Tunguan I do think is a little better than Setab. I think it depends. He actually played okay on RNG. Like, I don't think he was the primary problem in RNG. Zeref, I will shoot you. I will take you. I'll take you out the back of the barn. Then you dare insinuate it's Knight. Best player in the LPL. And I don't even have to meme about that. I've seen the light, the way, and the truth. Game slowed down a lot at this point. Neither team having great engage options, right? Bard ult has not really been used for engage. It's more about pick potential, really. The Ash Arrow are the closest thing to proper engage that both teams have, and I guess the Bard ult, as we've been saying. 2 items hit by Shanks. Close to being hit by Karis, by the way. Has almost a death cap on the way. Trying to really control this river vision. Ash Arrow, complete swing and a miss. Whereas the Bard ult does hit onto 2. The stun will likely be coming out after this point. Where's the shockwave? Coming through. Taeyeon has to flash away, use that ghost as well. Tarzan uses that as well. Shanks on the side and gets a double distort into the heart of WE. It's in a slow game, but it falls apart. The shockwave hits 1, but it's only onto Kyle. And Karis will fall afterwards. AL finds the 1 gap in the armor after a slow, drawn-out affair in the river, not leading to that much. Finally explodes, and AL will take 3 kills and take the Atacon afterwards. Cube didn't even teleport into the fight. The fight was over before he could have really completed that teleport, I suppose, but still feels bad that he never even turned up to try and turn the scales. He gets a side lane out to turret, but the towers, the Atacon, they're at objective bounties up for WE already because they're 5,000 gold behind. Ash Arrow, poor. I mean, it would have gone likely onto the character with cleanse anyway and hope. All you get is the cleanse there. So why does everyone else pile in? Why does Monkey and Vampire position so poorly like this? They leave Taeyeon out to dry after that point too because they're not stood in front of him. Vampire gets completely obliterated on the retreat path. The frontline play and the engage play, just the positioning of W as a team there was very poor. Cube was never teleporting in either. Strange play from W to look for that arrow and for the front line to position the way that they were. I say front line, the Neferi's not, right? But Monkey and Vampire positioning very weirdly in relation to Taeyeon. Does the constant pinging noise ever irritate you? I consider it like white noise. Oh, full combo coming through from Kyle. Shanks now in range. Karis doesn't have flash. Karis doesn't fall the shockwave. Double, freaking hell, triple. Distort rather from Shanks. Great damage from him. Upgraded boots giving him some extra pen. Shanks now 1,000 gold ahead on LeBlanc. That's where things get scary. Tarzan jumps in, has the Crescent Guard teleport behind, but Cube's coming into the play too. Brawn passive lands onto Tarzan. The bullet time's largely stopped by the bloody hell, Tarzan. Taeyeon's just gone. Yes, Tarzan will go down, but the damage is done. Hope will fall to Cube. 2 for WE, but it'll be the whole team of WE going down. Anyone's legend. Take a chunk from Shanks' distort. Tarzan finding an angle, and they turn it into a full ace. Flandre using that Triforce to take down the top lane inner turret. Tarzan gets the Brawn passive applied onto him. But again, just Taeyeon positioning very poorly here. But also just the whole... What WE? You forgot about your AD carry. Like, Taeyeon, there's no way that Ashe is getting into the fight. You do need the Ashe to be doing damage. WE's positioning, either as the carry off Taeyun or the front line, needs to change. They've been very poor at team fighting, very poor at positioning in regards to their AD carry, who's very immobile in this game. That could be this could be a slide towards the end for WE. We'll go into the lower bracket from this, where they'd hang on a second, Cube jumped onto. Is it going to be the full one-shot? No, because the Zhonya's is there. Kyle. Not going to be able to stun up Cube because Vampire's there with the door. There's an interaction, by the way, with the Braum shield where if you hit it onto the Bard Cube, you will stop the particle flying through you, of course, which means that the double stun can't come through. Baron started up, arrow hits onto Kyle, but you can just get the Brodol off before it goes down. Cube on the flank. Shanks mistimes things, but doesn't matter because of the bullet time. Has all the time in the world to take down the opposing AD carry. Cube going on a one-man mission. And it's a failure. Shockwave does not complete. Flandre has dove into the backline for a double kill. Might even get himself a triple kill. Continually walking forward. So much attack speed. And it's dog on cat violence. And I think the cat wins those with a little help from the mage in the mid lane. 24 stack Magi's from Shanks. Under 27 minutes, the tower will fall. And I think just over 27 minutes, the game will end. Vampire will come up. But WE have been schooled. Allianz Legend eclipsing WE. And we'll move forwards in the upper bracket to face off against the winner of next series. 3-0. WE, a guest here on the stage. Humbled, humiliated by Allianz Legend. Like, WE were definitely underdogs, but even then, that was such a poor performance from WE. Absolutely dealt with. Dominant series, hitting towards skirmishing and macro rather than team fighting. Your team fights are very hard from Weibo. The Braum comes in to give them a winning lane. I guess you could have gone for the Karma as well. Weibo need to have a good level 1. They need to use this lane well early in the Braum. Later on, they have no AoE CC. They have none. JDG on the other side, at least they have the Alistair. Varus ultimate. JDG's composition, much easier to play. Good early lanes. Combos onto each other with lots of CC. And their team fights are easier to play than Weibo's. Weibo on the other side do have the threat of that Yorick with a global going into his lane from that Rise. They have the Braum and the Shinzao, which is a nasty combo early. Weibo, I think they had to lock in something like the Braum to make sure they didn't have 3 losing lanes, but it has left them in a very, very difficult draft to play. See how our Gios and our crowd are feeling. Oh, he's back! Ah, Weibo there. Shouting over the last cheer from JDG. A bit of bad manners there. You gotta wait for them to... Gotta wait for them to finish the 3 cheers. They came in on the 3rd one. Oh man, the JDG I guess chant leader. Oh, that guy has lungs of steel. Always, every time he shows up on the crowd mic, I'm happy to hear it. No level 1 plan from Weibo so far. Braum walks up and puts down a ward. We've got a bit of an audio desync, so we're going to have to quickly just restart the media source. Hopefully that will be fine. What we do there is just, you know, I just turn it off and on again, and it resyncs it. I was wondering whether Weibo did need to go towards a level 1 play. I'm a little concerned that they haven't. Xiaohu started level 1 Rune Prison, but not using it for wave control. Scout has the Electrocute, instead uses his level 1 much better. Very surprised that Xiaohu started the Rune Prison and then used it on a minion. I have to assume that's a misclick, actually. Early lane, like getting access towards some farm. Early game, so important. Headbutt away, which means no follow-up auto attacks can come through. Q lands anyway. Here's the stats for JDG. Scout 4 and 1, missing 7 and 2 on the Alistair this split. Ala not as successful with Renekton. Renekton, on the whole, not as successful this split, though. Light Air her, gonna push towards that level 2 a little earlier. I'll get it on this minion. Shun jumping towards mid lane. Tien waiting in the wings. Flash beyond the minion. Tried to hide behind them to get some value. Xiao, who still has flash and uses the phase rush. Tien has that red buff. Flash out from Shun. Flash now on towards Scout. He flashed to get that charm. He'll die. He doesn't have the cooldown. Scout. Oh, maybe he does. Gets the second charm, but now suddenly Shun, he has no flash either. Shun has to give his life because Scout flashed early. Mid-jungle 2v2 works out for Weibo. A team that needs to get ahead early does so. And Shun and Scout, veteran players, falling to hands of Tien and Xiaohu, equally veteran alongside them. Xiaohu has a good record versus Scouts all time. You can see that the way that Xiaohu positioned with the minions meant that there was no easy charm follow-up for Scouts. We'll probably, I mean, will we get a replay of it? Nah, hard to tell. I hope we do. Darksteel first back for Scout. Guessing, well, it's a good first back, but sucks that you have to do it in such a scenario. Shun now going towards top side. No flash. Breathe. Not gonna have Tien come to help him. Good damage onto Ala. Shun using the empowered Q onto Breathe. Flashes away. Dark Procession now used. Does Ala have himself the stun? He does. Breathe. He needs one more bit of damage. Hops behind that E now. Where's the empowered Q? Shun should still kill here. Empowered Q misses. Shun just missed 2 empowered Qs and nearly gives Breathe the kill. What is Shun's early game? Mid lane misplays, goes down. Top lane, lucky to get away with that. Shun, I don't know what's happened with this Q key. Missing a bunch there. And Shun is a streaky player. JDG is not a good sign for them if Shun is not mechanically playing well. I think he's been so key to the success of JDG. He must be more on point than that. Xiao, who has the red buff, can you get the slow from it? You can do. From the Rune Prison instead. Shun still gets that assist topside. At the end of the day, still gets that assist. The kill goes over towards Ala. Poke Varus, by the way. As you can tell from that comet flying through. 400 gold lead over towards Ala. Which is important because Breathe was really threatening in that 1v1 early. Minion missed by Light there, the cannon. Her flames that with a Q instead. Got the 4 graves waiting. Does Breathe. Lightwood coming back towards lane with a Tear and a Cull. So Ezreal really in it for the long haul. Pays, has the teleport, so he can be anywhere he wants. He can reset in the way that he wants. Light falling behind in the XP department, which is a bit annoying. Scout gonna go put a ward down into enemy jungle entrance. Reminder, JDG's comp, typically better early game, typically easier execution. Weibo, doing fine in the early game though. Early lane's doing well for themselves. Maybe I overestimated the Renekton early lane into the Yorick. Because I've seen players like Bin win the early lane very hard with the Renekton into the Yorick. Hey Atlas, good to see you again. Thanks for the resub, I appreciate it. Good to see you. AL did indeed win earlier. You can spam that emote as much as you like. It's very valid here. Tien wrapping around the back of Vision. Ooh, they do not see this. They do not see this at all. Spots out that control wall. Tipped off by association, I suppose. They'll clear out that wall in the back of the pit. Start up that dragon. Pays them missing back off. They're safe. Pantheon heading down. Ahri heading down too and does have level 6. I don't think Weibo is safe to take this now. Shinzao Braum, nasty early combo. Teleport coming in from Varus, of course, has the power to do so. Might come down to a smite fight. Tien, how good is your smite key? Missing can headbutt him away. Goes to the side of Shun. The smite key's good here. Missing goes down. Remember, you do have that Braum passive, which is really, really nasty. Scout misses the charm. Braum passive, gonna get a lot of value now. Kill to Shinzao on the way back, though, and Light might go down as well. Scout gets the resets 2v2, but Ahri still has charges. Uses that Q, and the Realm Orb will be cancelled because the Rise is dead. Varus left to pick up a last kill. Triple kill to Pays as Weibo go way too far onto the dragon. And JDG pick up not only the dragon, but also a bunch of kills. 4 for them on the bot side of the map. Triple over towards their AD carry. Pays teleports into the play. Had the ability to do so because he did have that teleport instead of a combat summoner. And Weibo thinking that they can use the Shinzao Braum. Not able to lock down the targets that they wanted to. They clumped up for the Alistair engage. I think that Air had to be standing up a little further forwards. I think it's a mistake to do so. And right here, I don't think you'd be wrong in saying, hey, you know, Braum passive should really be the thing which determines this. Even though it shouldn't. Uses that E well. Scout's the real hero of this play. They're getting so many resets. Ari in the early play has the Dark Seal, remember, too. So gets a bunch of Dark Seal stacks off the back end of this play. Pays and Scout sticking around to clean up the rest of the fight. Four Dark Seal stacks for Scout. Very happy with those. Reminder that each stack is 4 AP, which means that he's got an extra 16 AP compared to where he was. Dark Seal is already a gold efficient item. Get some stacks on it. The problem is it only levels up into Magi's, right? It's not a very versatile item. They didn't have to fight that. I mean, I think they felt that they'd win because they have Braum and Shinzao. But you are also against, you know, the Pantheon Ari, very proactive. Missing great combo there too. Missing's been all over the place in terms of individual form. Good to see him play well in this early game. Pays. Oh, he's so hard to deal with now. Pays was actually number 3 on my shortlist for MVPs. My whatchamacallit, the thingy. My MVP shortlist. So I voted for, if I had a vote, of course. I voted for Knight first. Then I voted for 369 from Top Esports, and then Pays for JDG. I think it's been a huge part of their success. No, there is Flash and ult on Scout. Also the ult out of him, no Flash. Xiaohu walking forward to the Merc Treads and getting some good value there. Of course, Xiaohu's Rise has been one of his best champions across his career. Still 1,000 gold ahead of Scout. Yes, Scout has the Dark Seal stacks. Yes, that will add in, I think at this point it's an extra 300 gold or so in terms of stats, but Xiaohu has the Catalyst, has the tier. Very, very happy Rise. Breathe 1,000 gold behind on the Yorick too. That first gank in towards topside very nearly fell apart because of Shin's mechanical misplays, but Breathe still died. Kill still went over towards the Renekton. Breathe now has to deal with the consequences of that. Full Black Cleaver for Arla. I will say, Poke Varus can be really annoying for Yorick to deal with, because he can't really force the issue onto the Varus when he stood at that range. He can't, like, threaten a less long-range Varus with the, the Dark Procession in the same way. If you get a good flank onto him, yes, that works. Light moving in towards mid lane. So Weibo, they have a very difficult to play composition, and that's not unlike Weibo. For those of you who are familiar with them, you'll notice that Weibo play very different compositions. They're not always bad at them. I think they're a team which often do have the skill to pull off difficult compositions. However, right here, misplay in that early game. Xiaohu's going to find a good combo onto Arla. Leads with the Q. That's the reset onto it with the everything else. As I was saying, Xiaohu, very confident Rise player from the from his great glory days on RNG, of course. Breathe missing a minion. Laning 1v1 versus Pays. Rise laning up towards that Renekton as we saw before. Xiaohu has enough HP to, yeah, take really nasty trades like this. Throws an extra auto attack or two. There's another combo after that as well. Now, I believe we are on the patch in which Rise is even stronger in the early game. We're on patch 0.11, which means that his combo gets an extra 60% power instead of 40%, I think, at first level of Ultimate with the EQ. It's nasty as heck. Dragon started up by Weibo, lost that first one. Shouldn't won that smite fight. Are we fighting over this again? Ari recalling him will be in time to teleport for the fight, if not the steal itself. Tien gets that one. Oh, that's charging up that Dominus. Xiaohu making sure that he can't be cancelled out of that ultimate. Saves his team. Her flash is in. Teleport up towards the top side of the map as Scout teleported towards the bottom side of it. Weibo get the dragon, and JDG are not there in time. We were saying, hey, might be there in time for a fight, but not in terms for the actual dragon itself. Xiaohu, please don't walk up towards this. Spots an Alistair in the brush. Not sure if they know he's there. They do now. Well, I guess they would have actually threw the Q out of the bush. Out of the bush. Yorick going towards topside. Was 1,000 gold behind. Now only 500. Ala trying to kill the Maiden. Breathe walking back with the Maiden to make sure that it doesn't die quite as easily. Xiaohu trying to wave. Play airs here. Ult towards the bot side. No teleport from Breathe. 2v4 on the dive. No one coming down quickly enough. Ezreal ult will go across the team. But it's a quick 2 kills. Pays makes it out with the flash. That'll leave JDG with their 3 grubs to do a little bit more towards this tower. Weibo caught napping a little bit. Fine to wave clear if you're safe to do so. Absolutely weren't that. Good ultimate by Shun. Good tower dive by JDG. Quick, simple, effective. Seven Dark Seal stacks for Scout now. Very happy with his stacking performance. Can he get the Empowered W onto the Maiden? Yes, he can. Gets that cooldown. Of course, one of the big things about the Yorick is trades really well when he gets the Maiden damage onto you. Kind of struggles a little bit more when that's down. Breather stopped off with the Bramble Vest, by the way, to remove some of the healing from the Renekton. Is that Isolde's spirit with Yorick? It is the negative parts of Isolde's soul which formed into the Maiden. Yes. Weibo are not a human. That's correct. They're a League of Legends team. They're not a human. See, that's a funny joke. Charm lands onto the Yorick. Full Malignance done for Scout. Has the cooldown boots too. Lots of Charm cooldown. Lots of ult cooldown. Only AP threat on the team, so no one's building that many Merc Treads. Missing has to flash out. The Braum ultimate, I believe, was used in that play. Was it? No, it wasn't. I don't know what I'm talking about. Of course it wasn't used in that play. Ugh. Arlo, going to take down the bot lane out of turret. Retain some of his individual gold lead. Not exactly winning against the Yorick, but able to play well around side lanes to get himself an individual lead. 1,000 gold ahead once more. Shun takes away a red buff. Is spotted here. Do they know that? Just hang on a second. He's recalling in a really bad spot. He has no flash. Shun, why are you recalling there? Questions upon questions. Shun now goes 1 and 3. He's 3 out of his team's 4 kills. Recalling in a very strange spot. Outside of a brush. No good vision as to where Weibo are on the map. Shun, a weird old game. Again, he has been very good for JDG, but it's not like he's without his inconsistencies. I like the player, but I'm realistic about it, you know? Scout ulting forwards. No one to stop the charm. Maybe should have stuck himself in the minion wave. Bit of a problem there now. Does, of course, get good healing from the grass. Scout out of ult charges now. Missing and headbutting back again. Morning Mist onto Scout definitely helps. CC combo. Breathe, you probably shouldn't have walked close to that wall there either. Another Q, another grass sees him out alive. Even though Breathe separated from the minion wave and then went towards the wall to get even better CC chaining, does survive. That's the power of the Yorick with grasping those last rights. Yep, Yorick lives. That's the problem with Yorick. He has a bunch of healing and you don't really know how to deal with it all the time. Has the Triforce now, comes back out onto the map. 1,000 gold behind, but Yorick is Yorick. Herald started. Breathe has his Maiden yet again. Arlo pushing up that bot side. Xiaohu level 11, which means his combo gets stronger, by the way, which is nasty as hell. You don't want to walk in towards a Varasol range. That can be really nasty. Scout, because of his cooldown build, does have level 11. Very short cooldown ultimate. Teleport in on the flank from the Renekton. Weibo, they'll get the smite. You need to back out now, though. Here comes the Pantheon ult. Missing. Will cancel out the Realm Warp. Xiaohu, a lot of the gold, a lot of damage. Instantly taken down. Position close to the wall, and Ala still loves that. Breathe. Not exactly in the best position now. Lights going to survive, but not after Scout pulls the flash through to get some extra damage through. I think he actually missed the Q backswing on that anyway. It looked flashy, but hey, sometimes that's all you need, a bit of that flash. Scout, 10 stack Dark Seal. They lose the Herald, but they do get themselves the fight afterwards. Weibo struggling to deal with JDG opening up multiple angles with Missing and Shun at the same time. Pays to take down mid lane, outer turrets. Very important strategic objective. Xiaohu dying so early into that play. Big win there for JDG. The terrain being a low mobility mid laner is really, really nasty. I draw this line an awful lot, but you don't want to be stuck here. You don't want to be stuck here. Xiaohu had to walk out more defensively, puts the realm warp in early, but he's just not in the safe position. You cannot afford to be put against that wall like that. Xiaohu's positioning needs to be better on the Renekton around that kind of terrain. Oh, not Renekton, the Rise on that kind of terrain. Yeah, he did get it. He did get the return swing. Well played, Scam. It was a good play from him. Close towards the Leandri second. Did die, by the way. He has died somehow in the Patreon picture. 5 stacks now on that. I hope we get a replay of what happened to Scout, because that's important. Who got the kill? I presume it's Xiaohu at 4 and 3 now. But how did Scout die? Did I miss it? I don't think I did. 5 stacks on the Dark Seal. Huh. Yeah, Scout getting caught out, I presume. Dragon started up. JDG will get the second. So this is the picture. Yeah, this is the right Shinzai combo we were talking about earlier. Rune Prison into the combo, really nasty. You can't be playing that fast and loose around Fog of War, those the RE. Not with this kind of build. You don't have Merc Treads or Seekers or something like that. You should really be protecting your stacks better. Losing 5 stacks is a really nasty dent to your snowball. Good goal over towards Xiaohu on the Rise. And that's how Weibo wants to be playing the game. They want to be playing around these kind of more split lanes, the Rune Prison helping out more. And they break the... Oh, they can break the spell shield. That was a bit risky there, actually. You know, the Edge of Night typically does protect you from, you know, flash plays coming in very quickly, but that gets broken. Just doesn't have the same amount of protection. Xiaohu going up towards that top side again. Red buff contested over. Xiaohu not going to be able to go towards top lane. I like how JDG are invading while their top lane, side lane is pushing in. It means that, you know, Shun can respond to any play on the tower with ultimate. And Scout is protected in his attempts to take this turret. 3 grubs, of course, makes it even more valuable. Scout has always been very good at taking side lane turrets. You learn quite a lot about taking side lane turrets from Scout. He is a very good macro player. There's quite a common person in the post-match threads. I've actually blocked them, because they're really annoying. But they were trying to tell me that Scout wasn't a good macro player. TM gonna get the Realm Warp. Xiaohu, again, making sure that it can't get cancelled. Both ultimates blown, though. Tower still falls. Weibo, again, slowly bleeding out. 3,000 gold lead for JDG. We did say that Weibo, the composition is very hard to play. And that's been proven. You know, Scout's got himself an outer turret. He's cut down some of the gold lead in that mid lane. He's still quite fed as well. It's just that Xiaohu's been given all the gold from Weibo. On a bit of a rewarding roam, Atkan. The objective that's currently live, 3 minutes until the next dragon, is Hextech Soul. JDG, 2 dragons to their names. They're close towards the Soul and Weibo. Scout now clearing out vision, though, which I had just put down. He just put it down. Ah. Do spot out the control ward in the pit to spot out a ward onto that Atkan as well. Don't get all of the wards, though. Xiao and Tien, they do have, again, very good combination. JDG needs to be aware that Rune Prison in, like, 1v2s, 2v2s, very, very powerful. And that's why JDG are bringing everyone to the same side of the map. Now, if it's a 1v1, 2v2, Xiaohu and Tien win those, especially with the Rod of Ages almost built up. Ooh, they do break the spell shield, and the wind becomes lightning as well. Missing standing right on top of his AD carry, though, to try and block out any flying Shinzo over the wall. Xiaohu needs to be careful here. You're not safe going towards that Fog of War. Shun could potentially flash out of that brush and cause some issues. Seraphs and Merc Treads makes it quite hard to take down Xiaohu, though, I will say. Checking out that brush with the Q. Atkan started up. Do they have full vision? Thought they had that one surviving ward. They do. They have 1-1 and they'll spot this going down. Air heard that vision we talked about earlier. Valuable here. Charm on Tien. You didn't need to take that chunk, Tien. You did not need to take that chunk. Because you're half HP, because you face checked that, you can't contest the Atkan anymore. And that's another objective to the side of JDG. Good charm from Scouts. Good use of the vision control to chunk out Tien, but Tien probably shouldn't have been the one face checking that anyway. Probably should have been Airhead with the shield. JDG get themselves flowers, XP, another objective. 43 petals, by the way, on the top of the screen. Which are really, really nice. Set up here. With the Atacon, makes them more valuable as well. That is a ton of petals, actually, by the way. That'll help the XP across the board. The differential is, 37, but then the extra 20% on JDG's value means that it's even more than that. Every single member across the map has an XP lead on their opposing number, and a lot of that will be due to petals, actually, of this kind of difference. 2,000 gold up his pays on the Varus. Took that early fight around the Dragon Pit, hasn't really looked back since. Missing, has the Brawl Mold put onto him. Alistair ult popped in return. That's the engage which they have, by the way. That's the engage they have. Get a Brawl passive, hope for the best. Guys, since this is Ionia theme, Xin Shao has come back to Ionia from Demacia. Shouldn't Sona come back to Ionia as well? Yeah, probably. I mean, if you wanted to do like full Ionian kind of, I guess, heritage, then Sona would also count for it. But I mean, the whole point about the comic is that Xin Shao is like coming back to, and Sona's not part of that story. I don't know if they know what to do with that kind of storyline. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, Brawn passive. Used Light does have cleanse to deploy quite easily, actually. Escapes through the Varus ultimate. Yorick on a side lane. Being held by Ari right now, though. Has the Leandries. Can deal quite good damage to Yorick. And Ari can just wave clear for forever, so it's not like the Yorick's getting huge value. Teleport up towards the top side. Okay, trying to place some smoke and mirrors. Giving up the dragon. Trying to maybe get a realm up behind the turret. I mean, Scout does have flash and ults. Charm on to breathe. Helps a little bit. Really actually going to take aggro. Can they get the full turret? I don't know if they can. Ari does have good wave play. I think they will do now. The extra Mistwalkers will help with that. Inner turret taken. Some extra gold towards Xiaohu and Breathe at the cost of that dragon. Ali's still pushing up on the bot side, though. And this is a huge thing. Despite the fact that Breathe is getting tower gold, he is still 1,000 gold behind the Renekton. He's not necessarily going to easily win against Ala's Renekton. I think at the very least, Ala can just disengage. Breathe with the blind pick Yorick is not getting that much value. Tien taking Croaks on the top side. Good vision control by JDG to spot out Xiaohu and Tien on the top side of the map. Pays is here. Has the Varus ultimate again. Tien needs to be really careful. Fog of War is not their ally. Dips out of that brush. Xiaohu not knowing that they're there currently. They still don't know they're here. Missing Shun and Pays. Been off the map for a while though. Weibo will know they're somewhere. Look, if they don't show for that long, you know they're doing something. You just don't know where. By process elimination, you know they're not on bot side of the map. You know they're on top side somewhere. You need to be careful about Fog of War. They've showed on top lane now, of course. Rumble coming in, trying to catch out Pays. Shun's right on top of them. Can they blow the spell shield on Pays? That's such an important thing to strike. Missing. Try to get the spell shield protected from Pays. Scout comes in time, and Weibo, it's a hard comp to play. Can they shut down Pays? They shut down Shun first, rather. Missing. Trying to play rear guard, and Weibo have found a decent angle. 2 dead. Shield comes up from Air, saves his life. Scout not able to do much on the other side. 2 for none. Weibo play the smoke and mirror as well. Realm Walk comes in handy. They don't kill Pays, but they do get his flash. Weibo, can they get anything afterwards? I mean, if they'd gotten a big enough fight, that could have been the Baron. We said that Weibo's comp hard to play, but they have the skill to occasionally play these higher skill cap compositions. See exactly why. Good Realm Walk usage on the whole from Xiaohu across this game. That's your X factor. Using it to bring people to safety, open up another angle. Pays losing the flash there. Not what they would have wanted. This has been a fun macro game in some ways. Look, it's been fun because no one has easy ways to start fights. I mean, I guess JDG do, but they don't want to... they'd rather kind of like grind out the slow macro. Oh, Air... No! No! He flashed over, W'd out of the Rise ultimate. That's our Rookie of the Split for you. If he comes in and applies that Brawn passive easier, that could have been a different fight. You know, missing that Brawn CC is huge. From the start of the fight, maybe Pays could have been caught. Ala was pushing in mid lane, didn't have teleport. He had no way to respond. That's not on him. He just couldn't get there in time, didn't have the global. Gold is now within 2,000. 2 minutes until Hextech Soul would be available for JDG. Weibo really wanted a big fight there to unlock a Baron opportunity. Couldn't quite do so. Quickly hits onto Missing. Braum passive onto him too. Hayes has a spell shield, has his ultimate too. No flash. Hayes is actually in a little bit of danger. It's 1v2 in the bot side. Is there going to be a fight in the mid lane as well? Wow, Arla just destroys Breathe. Breathe is not ahead in this matchup. Can there be a fight in the mid lane? Missing. Does have flash. Won't have a chance to use it. 1v1 across the map, but Breathe losing in the side lane is very much not what a Yorick wants. Yorick always wants to be winning in a side lane. Can't quite do so. Xiaohu used that Realm Warp for that last play. And they find something over the wall. Tian uses that W as the brush. Was off fishing. Can't stop that recall. 1 for 1, and the play dissipates. Arla destroying Breathe, though. Shen flying down towards that bot half of the map. Both of them with double Black Cleaver, so one of them can set up for the other. Dark Possession wasn't awful. But then he tries to walk away from the Renekton. Shen comes in and cuts off the other angle. And Yorick is just not fed enough. Breathe has just not done well enough in the 1v1. And in terms of the macro of Weibo, they've not been able to give Breathe the same amount of gold that JDG have given to Arla. Yorick is now a very difficult champion to pilot. Not a teamfight specialist by any means. Was buffed in regards to that. His ghouls are a little better and XYZ. You'll need to showcase that now though. 30 seconds till the dragon. Arla on flank. Has flash, has ultimate, has level 16. Of course, the Patl's helping him in terms of XP. Light has no cleanse, and that's a problem. Jumps back, though. Not on the flank. Maybe goes a little too far. Good body blocking of the charm by Airhead. Might die for it, but it keeps Light alive. Arla goes out. Has teleport. Xiaohu doesn't have flash, and he goes next to the wall, which means that suddenly Tian has to go in a body block. Xiaohu pops that Zhonya's. Would have liked to do so earlier. The Thunderdome helping a little bit. The combo from the Rise, not quite enough. And Xiaohu stood next to walls too many times. And he's part of the firing squad, sadly. Or up against the firing squad as he's lined up against the wall. Goes down easily. Weibo will give up the Hextech Soul. JDG, good punishing of Weibo out of position. Arla strong enough to not die despite the pincer movement from him not working out exactly how he envisaged. JDG still get themselves the dragon. Reminder, JDG, I believe they're on an 8-game win streak. They win this, they go to 9. They had a 4-2-0 series back-to-back to qualify as 3rd seed into Plastian. Oh, dear. Did not expect everyone there. Hex Skates make it a little easier to roam across the map. You can thank Jace, Talus, and Victor for those ones. Lights. Oh, very nearly E-predicted by the Charm. Scout forcing the place and jumping in. The Hextech Soul slowing them down. And there's no escape from JDG's collapse. Much easier ways to start fights. Weibo needed to have a strong early game. Needed to play the macro better. They've not been able to do so. And JDG, after a while, have been able to pull the trigger more effectively, more regularly, and they'll break up in the base. Flash forwards, the Charm Flash. Flashed away from Xiaohu on the other side. Nexus turrets, here we come. Xiaohu doesn't have a flash now to survive. Breathe barely had an impact in this game. Very nearly 1v2'd at the start of the game, and that is all that he wrote. Weibo down 0-1 in the series. JDG strike first. Combo from Missing. Good game from the Alistair from him too. Need we miss that. JDG given some pause for thought by Realm Warps and some smoke with a Lulu for Missing. And Missing has been a decent Enchanter player on the whole. Ruler and Missing were very good in the Zeri Lulu meta of 2023. And in 2022, Missing won a title with Hope, playing the Zeri Sivir with Enchanter meta. So, JDG, I think they walk away with a much better front-to-back fight. Weibo, once again, harder composition to play. A lot of it's going to be on 10's Trundle to shred a tank or trap someone into the play. So, second game of the day. Not today, it's series coming up. I think Weibo once again have a much harder composition to play. JDG looking on decent form today. The macro was clean in game 1. Words. We'll get ourselves into game. Let's hear those. Hear the Jing Dong cloud for crowd leader. Again, there are some people in the crowd which don't understand You're meant to let blue side cheer 3 times, and then red side cheers 3 times. Weibo tried to cheer 4 times there, and Weibo interrupted JDG's third cheer in the first game. Ugh, telling you, manners. The manners of these folks. There's probably just a little bit of confusion, right? It's a very large arena, is the Beijing JDG Stadium. We've held a couple of playoffs in there now, actually. We held spring last year in there, I believe it was. And they, yeah, JDG were knocked out on their own stage, of course, after winning so many titles back-to-back. I believe it was Ruler that broke down in tears, actually, when they were knocked out of playoffs then. Tien on the world's Trundle skin. JDG draft looks better. Certainly looks easier to play. No, Weibo, their engage is Rakan. It's only one person really. We've got a bit of an audio desync, so once again I'm going to just quickly just 1, 2, and we'll come back. And hopefully it'll be fine in terms of the audio being resynced after that point. We restart it every so often because it makes it really annoying when things are like half a second off. We do that in the early game just to make sure it doesn't interrupt things too much beyond that point. Junglers clearing in opposite directions. We have potential of... there is a ward over here. So there's a potential of, you know, going up towards here and walking across the river. Could also walk up towards there. Vi looking to go down towards bot side, secure the Zeri Lulu first reset of the game. Tien going to hit level 3 quickly off of his red side. Shown the same on the other side. Vi, I do like to see invaded early, but typically that happens before they're level 3, because Vi needs level 3 to fight. Tien going in towards mid lane, going to try and force an easy flash. Gets him punted through the minefield, actually, because the pillar can do that. The slight displacement, we don't see that often, but the Trundle pillar into the unraveled earth. Effective there. Blows the flash for free from Scout. Very time-efficient gank from Tien. Xiaohu getting himself a lead through a very, very quick visit into mid lane from Tien. No, that's not true, Yahoo. NIP do have an arena in Shenzhen. They did upgrade it, and it has been used for most of this split. So NIP do have an arena. It has been in use for... I think it was not available for the first few weeks of this split. But then it's been there again. They have very good acoustics in that arena, by the way. Trading well against the Cassante, actually. Q3 charged up by Breathe. Gets passive onto there. Tien going towards top side. Might be able to blow another flash. The Trundle, very good early game Gremlin. Walks up. Gets the chomp, steals some AD. Where's the pillar? Needs to flash it. Oh, that'll help Breathe. Takes 1 tower shot. Tien takes another one. Arla goes down. Tien visits mid lane, gets a flash, visits top lane, gets a flash and a kill. Breed uses his own as well. On the other side, though, cross map, Light. Can he get the feather pullback? Does get a root, but the aggro is onto missing instead of her. Does he have flash to follow? He does, but he chooses not to. Wonder whether he could have gone for the kill there, actually. Could have flashed for an auto attack or two. I guess Shun maybe could have interrupted with a Q. So missing lives. Teleport him from Breed to one side of the map. Zara will go to the other. 1 for 1 in terms of kills. More important, probably the kill onto the Zeri, you know, the main character of this game. And the Xayah losing out on that gold too, losing out on the XP. Xayah will go collect the top wave instead, wave crashing in. They do get the home guards to help them get back towards lane. Wonder how much Breathe can do on the Xante hit. Now, it's not been the best champion across the world. Globally, I know something that Finn hates Cassante. Keeps saying the champion is completely awful, blah, blah, blah. I think globally that's true, but LPL is slightly better. I think there are some uses for it. So I don't completely agree. Not that it's a point without merit, though. Hey, Muffobo, good to see you. Hope JDG is stable today. They look good in game 1. The macro was good. Clean side lane tower taking play. Pays walked away with the MVP from game 1. I would also give a shout out to Scouts Annie, very good playmaker. No flash now. If he gets the Unraveled Earth down, a big change. Even the slow does not allow Xiaohu easy enough access into that flash, the punt back. No feather callback from Light there. Hayes are missing. 2v1 on the bot side. Dragon started up by Shun. Should be an easy take for them. Grub's not up for another 2 minutes. Of course they're not. Good start from the game from Tien, though. On that trundle. Gives Weibo some hope. Some hopium. Kind of weird for NLC to play at the same time as Damwon, JDG. So the reason for that is because it is a European broadcast, they cannot overlap with LEC, which is playing later today. They must have this time slot, otherwise they wouldn't have another time to play. Ultimate towards that top side. Gonna pin Arla in towards the tower. Has level 6 though. We'll be able to ult out. Flash in onto the Lulu, trying to force down the flashless Lulu, and they do so. Airhead low HP. Scout gets a double combo though. Good damage onto the Rakan. 1-for-1. Pace starts to keep running through with the Ghost, and that's a problem. Level 6 from Tien. Good damage though. Snaps off some of the tank stats from the Scion, but not enough to keep himself alive. Hayes walking forwards, flashes forwards. Flash. Does he have the E over the wall? Yes, he does. The extra gap close will help. The charge up passive. Triple kill to Pays on the Zeri. Oh, you hate to see it if you're Weibo. Pays, the legend of Zeri himself, off the ground at 4-0-1. And on the other side, the bird who's normally used to being in flight. Very much a flightless bird. You have activated Hayes' fight or flight reflexes, and he is a flightless bird. So better put up. Flash onto the Enchanter, not bad. You know, Lulu gives really good value in extended fights. Killing the Enchanter first does have some value, but then you don't really have any extra engage. Double ult from Arla, double ult from Scout. Both of them kind of locking up the entire team. And yes, there is a good combo from Tien to... a good ult from Tien to get some good... tank stats onto Arla, but they can't quite kill the Scion in time. Light stays around trying to fish around for that last kill. So they did get that kill. Trundle gets a lot of healing from the passive. Misjudges it though, and sadly for Tien, can't turn things around. And another pick from JDG. Pays 5-0-1 now as they pick out Xiaohu in rotation. Grub started up from JDG. This game has gone from playable to unplayable very quickly for Weibo. I don't see how they get onto the Zeri. With the Scion stood in front of them and the Lulu giving shields, Zeri is going to end this game. Light go forwards, Pays over the wall. Does have the ult again, no summoners. Oh, this is bad news bears for Weibo. 6-0-1. It just keeps going up. Almost a kill a minute on one player. 6 kills, 8 minutes. Pays one of the best Zeri players of all time. I guess he's a new champion, but one of the best players of the champion ever. And a good value 10. Forcing the flash out and missing. Walk into the enemy jungle a little further. Kasansei. See that there's no flash, and a great flash! Mock of an insect from Kasansei. He will not yield. And Pays goes down to 6-1. A shutdown. Important to try and stop a little bit of that snowball. That was awesome by Breathe. Flash to guarantee the angle for the all-outs. Reminder that once the animation from all-out has started from Kasansei, if you flash or you dash out, you're still getting dragged in the direction which he pointed you in. It can look a little bit awkward because there is a brief moment where he presses R and you can try and dash over the wall. Gets the bop, gets the flash, and starts the animation. Pays, yes, he had good reactions on the E, but the animation had started. He would still be going in the same direction. In fact, actually, if he'd held on to the E, he would have been safe. He wouldn't have been able to get across that wall. Breathe, winning the mind game. Gets that low percentage play. 1.2k up now on Arla because of the shutdown given over towards the Kasansei. Still, JDG in a very good spot. This area is ready to just go absolutely atomic. Yuntal's built up very early. Quite an expensive item built up. A quick timing by Pays has the boots too. And Weibo, I don't think they're a bad team, but I do think JDG are much better. I think that they're picking easier compositions right now. I think earlier in the split when they had Nofe as coach, not Nofe, CV Max, I think their drafts were quite poor. I think that now their drafts have gotten better. I think that they found their comfort champions. And that Pays has been absolutely absurd for JDG. For me, he was on my MVP shortlist. Scout was on my All-Pro. He was on my All-Pro second team. I had Knight, Scout, and then I think it was... Did I have Shanks? Maybe I had Shanks as third All-Pro mid. JDG got a lot of shout-outs from me on an individual level. JDG starting up the dragon. Got that first one earlier. And because Zeri is on that side of the map, Weibo don't really want to play against it, I don't think. He's got both summoners and ult. Don't fight this, Weibo. Don't fight this unless you got a really good combo. Scout's coming down. Dragon will get finished off. Shin will have his Q coming up. Breathe might be able to get an all-out onto him. Good pillar. Will pull Shin backwards. Does have his ultimate, but he's going to be killed before he can really get much use out of it. I say that. He manages to get out alive. Shun. Great value because Missing keeps him alive. Missing will now die. No enchanter left. Good feather. Caller from Lights does get himself in. And Breathe goes into the backline. Can he get anything more done? No, the Tibbers burns him down alongside the AD carry. And Pace keeps running a double kill. And the Zeri keeps on popping. Has the Ghost running. W there, barely missing onto Light. JDG get the Dragon. And they'll take themselves a 2-for-1 in the fight as Missing was the one casualty. Shun did make it out alive. Weber tried to combo him down. Couldn't stop him from getting his ultimate off. Missing back out onto the map. 8-1-2 is Pays. Scout has a 10-stack Dark Seal from 8 assists and 1 kill. So he's ahead of the game too. Yes, it says 0.6k down there. But Dark Seal at full stacks is an extra 700 gold to you. In terms of the stats, it doesn't show. Because you're an extra 40 AP ahead. Shun. What you do there as the Trundle is you try and cancel out the Vi Q with the pillar. So you hope to see them charge it, hit the Q, hit the pillar, and then force a flash out because he didn't have flash. Doesn't manage to win the mind game there. Good all out. It's a good CC chain. Airhead decides, look, that's enough CC. I'm going to go towards Pays. By not using the W onto Shun, it does allow Shun to get his own ult off. Had to CC Pays though. Because if you know CC Pays, I mean, Pays just runs away with the game. 8-1-2. His Zeri is so clean. He's so good at this champion. Pei is one of the best players of this champion in the world, as I said before. The Zeri Lulu. Strong as a duo. You have a front line that's doing well too in the Scion. Shin's been playing very well on the engage. The Vi disrupting the people trying to get towards the Zeri. Like, Weibo, I don't know how they deal with this Zeri. I mean, maybe Breathe can get onto Zeri at points, but I don't think it's going to be, like, that crazy. All out coming through. It's half the HP. Won't be able to stop the ultimate. Ult for ult. Breathe. I suppose winning the 1v1 there. We'll get some lane control. The Cassandra is not nearly as powerful as they were, of course, in the meta. Lost Returns or Nord? I mean, it's a stage game, so Lost Returns have extra bonus on that point, but Chachi's been playing well recently. He did a very good job of... Wait a second, flick back misses onto Missing. But yeah, Chachi did a really good job of denying Baus impact in their first series they played against him. That's why, look, Lost Returns, they did go through the lower bracket. They're not undefeated. They're not the team which has won everything this split, right? They did lose an important series. It's not like they were uncontested, which is good to see. It's good for the region. Teleport towards top side. Xiaohu coming in. Might be able to wall off. Ala doesn't have ult now. No all out from Breathe. And no Leandries from Xiaohu. Makes this a bit of a hard comp thing to play. Can they get the Q3 into the flick back? Yes, they can. All right, that's decent damage. Now, that's a good kill. All right, Breathe takes some hard trades. Ala goes low HP. Doesn't have flash. Doesn't have ult. Doesn't expect Xiaohu to teleport in for that. And that'll open up potentially side lane turret. 1 grab to 2. Weibo have 1. JDG have 2. So JDG slight advantage on their tower killing potential. JDG already have the feats of strength, so the first tower doesn't really matter that much. We'll be able to open up a side lane turret. Xiaohu and Breeze sharing the gold, and of course the kill as well. Trundle was such a weird pick. I think it's fine. I think it allows you to shred the Scion because you don't have the best tank killing potential. Wukong... yeah, Wukong would have been fine too, though. Yeah, it would have been okay. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I think Trundle's just a better champion right now than Wukong on the whole. Trundle's a very good champion right now. And also Tien did good job with it. Blew flash early, got a kill top lane as well. I think Tien's been playing very well on this champion. Allows you to maybe win the front to back. Maybe. Hard to get through to JDG's carries. Tien putting that W down, threatening JDG. Not getting that much out of it. Teleport towards bot side. The Scion keeping things there. Kennick, Ruka, and Sekka from Breathe. So I guess you can lane into the Annie a lot better now. A little surprised at that. Not sure that's really your best second item, but hey, what do I know? Light gonna push in another wave. Dragon in a couple of seconds would be soul points for JDG. Herald summoned. Didn't get that. Gives them a good amount of pressure. Not sure why the Talia is the one taking that. Shun, potentially going for an engage. Good damage on Tien before he can pop the ult. Scion comes through. And Tien pops the ult onto the Sun. Yeah, this is why you pick the champion. Makes it really easy to kill the front line. Trundle is a hell of a champion when you're playing a tank against it. Pace still, though, go really far forwards and caught on the return. Flick back. Pace is down. The President is down. Pace picked off and Weibo find 2 in the mid lane. The Trundle helping killing the front line. And the Rakan killing the back line. They'll open up into the mid lane turret and roll forwards again as the Q is cancelled. We talked about that interaction earlier. Missing now caught out as JDG. It's all going for bad to worse. The 4-man stun, but no kills. Scout feeling the hype, but not necessarily bringing the heat to go with it. Can't kill Airhurt. Weibo, a ton of kills. 4 in the mid lane. A turret, a dragon. Weibo, come online. Weibo find a way. Where there's a will, there's a Weibo. They stop the dragon setting. Stacking. And Pays is caught. There was no cleanse for him. He hasn't brought it himself. Missing. Doesn't have a Mikhail's either. Means that he can't easily get out of something like the Rakan Charm. Really well punished from Airher, noticing the overstep from Pays. We'll go back into the replay. Now Xiaohu gets the charge into mid lane. Shun makes a mistake here, trying to go... Well, no, he dips in. I wonder whether the call was we're going for the engage, because Shun hops over the wall. Arla doesn't call off the play, though. Does not realize how untanky he is. Breathe, blows the flash off Pays. And I think maybe JDG think, okay, well, we're safe now. But then you don't have the front line, the Scion's dead. You can't play like this without your front line. Pays going way too far after the flash was blown by Breathe. Very clean from Air on the punish. Rookie the split for a reason. Q cancel out by Vi. We just talked about that interaction. Pillar very good into Vi. If you sit around charging your Q, often don't have the time to get everything back from it. So Weibo making this a fun game now. Gold lead for Weibo. Significant one of that too. You know, 2k, not bad at this time point. Especially given that they were very, very far behind. Especially with such a fed Zeri. Now, just to get things clear, folks. Still good chance that the Zeri carries this game. Still a very good chance of that. However, you know, you got a 2k lead on Breed's Cassante over Arla. Doing very well in this matchup. Set up for success. Jungle being so well, doing well too. Thank you for the resub, by the way, JDG Scout is best. Wishing your team the best of luck here. We can still win, of course we still can. The problem is, JDG's front line is not actually going to be that strong. You have a huge lead in jungle for Tien. You have a huge lead in top lane for Breathe. What happens now is that if Arla ever presses ult forwards, pretty sure he dies. Arla now must ult backwards. You stand in the position you want to be frontlining, but then you need to ult backwards. Even then, the problem with that, if you ult and you get Trundle pillared, you die. That's kind of started up. Pays clearing out that top wave. Weibo will see this. JDG, what's your plan? How do you get away from this frontline issue? Vi into Xayah doesn't feel like a great idea. Clearing out some wards. Double teleport coming through. I hope we have to come in with that. Both top lanes coming through. Xiaohu coming across the play. Not hopping off at the right point, though. A little bit awkward. Silent Q coming through. Not that much value onto Breed. Low HP. We go for a smite fight. Potentially we are. Pays caught out. Not flipped away, though. And it's going to be a steal by Weibo. Securing the Atakan. And engage afterwards. No tower towards top lane, but no overforce from Weibo. JDG, do not leave with the objective. And Weibo they should feel pretty confident about this now. We were saying, hey, difficult composition to play. You know, their engage is not the easiest, but the Cassante getting a lot of value. W back. Q fails away on there too. Shin has flash, might have to use it. Uses the ultimate to go unstoppable. Breathe and Shun both using their ults. Breathe doing a great job of doing, you know, the mini Insect. By the way, if you don't know, if you never saw any of Insect's games, go back and watch them. What a great player for his era. I miss that guy. I miss the name, the players with moves named after them. Arla head in the brush. Can get a Q over the wall, maybe. Good flick back, though. Flash shot from Arla goes on towards Xiaohu. Jungle Pillar not helping the most out there. And the Onivia gonna slow him. It's gonna slow Xiaohu down. He'll go down. Pays picks up another kill. 9 and 2 now on the Zeri. JDG pick up a bit of a quick one there. As the blue buff still goes awry for Weibo. First EUM winner Insect. I was there in the studio, by the way. I got to see Froggen's 3-man castle in Leicester. It was a really good time. It was one of my first live League events I went to. Very good event. E-Masters back then. Now E-Masters, sadly, doesn't really get the same amount of resources put into its broadcast and stuff like that. It was a really cool broadcast. There were a bunch of very cool people. Hitbrain, Foxtrot, people I've gone to work on with in the future. Quick Shop was there at the first one too. Three items Zeri now. Pays happily cutting through the front line. Bloodletters for Scout? I mean, it does help with the Malignance burn, but a little surprised at that. You're more about your burst. Surprised about that from Scout. Who are you magic resist shredding for? It gives you some HP. It's not awful stats, but better second items from Scout for sure. This is a very strange build. Dragon Spawn would be soul point for JDG, choosing to leave well alone though. Going towards Baron side of the map instead, but it hasn't spawned. Another 2 minutes for that. Looking to push in a side lane turret, get some more gold towards Scout, who does have a gold lead slightly. Frontline advantage well in the advantage for Weibo. Backline advantage in the advantage for JDG though, with Pays being so far ahead. Scout getting some side lane gold. Solo turret for him in the side lane. Foxtrot is at EU Masters. I believe he's on EU Masters. They've cut the team though, so I am quite sad about EU Masters. You know, I used to work that event. Obviously, I don't work ERLs right now, so I wouldn't want to go on there. I think really it should be safe for ERL casters on the whole. Tian gonna run in towards Shun. Shun needs to be a little careful. Wow, he really does lose the 1v1 there. But yeah, I really feel like EU Masters should be reserved for ERL casters. As far as I'm aware, Sam's not on EMEA Masters, which I think is a huge mistake for that event. I think that Sam is a very, very good play-by-play for ERL level. Surprised that he wasn't invited towards that. It's a very important event for Tier 2 casters to have some way to show themselves in the spotlight. It's a big problem that, well, I was on it too. I think that, you know, the amount of resources put towards the E-Masters and EMasters has definitely gone down over time. But yeah, it's a very in-depth conversation. And there are at least some ERL analysts which are still on the event, which is very cool. They obviously deserve it. Pei's going to hop over the wall safely. Tian just trying to play the mind game, because if you stop a dash with that pillar one time, it's probably a flash. It's very, very valuable. 9 kills there. Much like earlier today. Can't Pays hold his E for the pillar and dash over it too? Yes and no. I mean, you have to use it defensively for other things too. There are a lot of things which can force it. However, you also need to use it aggressively. A lot of Zeri's damage comes from E. One next, minor region casters doing plans. That battle, maybe. That battle, Sarah. I get it. Pace controlling the mid lane very well. The Hurricane gives you really good ability to just shred through these waves. Well, there are no minor regions anymore, really, so. I think Xiaohu potentially comboing over the wall. Yeah, good scout. W back with Scout. Flashing back was 2 pillars, not bad. Gets a double slow. Doesn't cancel any abilities, though, which we said is the what we're really trying to go towards. That's the goal you're looking for. Shun walking forwards. Shun struggling to have an impact on the Vide this game. He's a very good Vide player, one of our very best within the LPL. He's had an incredible record on it so far. Q3 on Darla doesn't do that much. 2.5k ahead is the Cassante, which does hide the fact that Cassante has been in a weaker spot recently. You are now still Cassante in mid-game, which allows you to be a very, very nasty diver. Whilst also being some form of a frontline with your W as well. Xiaohu potentially could wall off into mid lane. Looking to cut off the choke point here. Shun uses his Q forwards. Root comes through. Flick back. Comes through. No Scion, no Trundle used onto him. That's a really good feather pull back again. He has to ult backwards. Ala at least doing that part of it. Flashing forwards. No, ulting forwards to Xiaohu now. Flick back. Not landing. Threats though from Weibo. This game is not about that fight was not about the Zeri. And that's a problem. If it's not about the Zeri, JDG are so far behind in gold. Does MR Shred affect Cassante's damage? No, not really. No, not really. Actually, hang on. That's a good point. I think it's bonus resist. I don't think... That's a really good point. If you get shredded armor or shredded resist, does it affect Cassante's damage? I never realized that. Hey, Griffin, good to see you. Hope LCK's been going well. Baron started up by JDG. Again, everything is about Pays. Of course, our alumni from the LCK here. On the Zeri, 9 kills, insanely fed Zeri, but his team is behind. The front line is struggling. Weibo cutting off JDG from the mid lane turret. Zeri will not be able to wave clear this one as they've been able to wave clear so many ways before this. Light will walk up, use the one grub that they have to go towards this. Mid lane inner turret easily claimed. Weibo can now fall back towards the Baron potentially after pushing up and clearing out a bunch of vision. That being said, 30 seconds still Dragon would now be soul point for Weibo, as they've taken 2 dragons on the trot. JDG not able to continue their early game objective dominance. Knock back. Arlev does have ult, does have flash. But his ult's cancelled this time. We did talk about that interaction too. Q4s from Shun. CC'd in place. Maybe expected to be able to move a little earlier than he would have liked. Than he would have thought, rather. So, Rakan ult down. That's important. The Rakan ult, very important for catching out Pays. Much harder to do something now. Mei Sing caught out of position. Just be careful. Shun missing with that Q. He loses the 1v1 very heavily there. Oh, why is he flying back in? Where's the Scion ultimate? Where's the Trundle ultimate? Needs to be good, but suddenly Pays gets to fire off. The Trundle ultimate not used in the play. Big mistake by Tien. Should have used it onto Shun. Chooses not to. Flick back, but Arla can feel a lot more healthy now that the Trundle is down and out. Pays, the most threatening person on the board, does have the Lulu behind him. Doesn't have his ultimate now. Xiaohu flinging a rock into his backside and gets that Liandry's burn. A better fight from JDG. Jungler for jungler. Being said, Weibo have the tools, I think, really, to turn that around a little more successfully. Dragon is available, no smite for either team, but Weibo, with the map pressure, should be able to get themselves better. I think they could have actually gone towards the Dragon anyway. I guess maybe they thought if they don't reset, they'd leave themselves open for a Baron afterwards. 4 items now for Pays. 3,500 gold up. Almost at his full build. Could be either Bloodthirster or GA last. I think GA probably more valuable for Pays. What that means is that you can die, save your flash, and then flash out for the follow-up afterwards. We are into hypercarry Zeri territory well and truly. Not that Zaya can't hypercarry, but Zeri with a Lulu is a different beast entirely. Dragon's still up and available. Weibo afraid that there was a Baron start. They have enough vision to be okay with this right now. Tien, lots of levels on the Trundle, which means he has a ton of attack speed when he gets the frozen domain down. Missing does have flash. Needs to flash out of that W. Missing's positioning in the last few minutes has not been great. Caught out around the Baron start. Caught out here. Loses the summoner. If the Lulu goes down, a lot of the power of the Zeri goes with it. You know, the extra shields, the picks damage on top of it. A lot of that is very impactful towards the way that Pays can play at these fights. So JDG lose a flash. They lose their vision control around Baron. Gold's quite close, but again, Weibo have a really good way to deal with the front line. You know, typically Scion does infinitely scale. Doesn't matter that much when you have the Trundle, though. Shun jumps over the wall. Ults on towards Xiaohu. Flashes backwards. He's gone deep, though. Oh, Shun's gone deep. Yeah, the problem with Vi is that people can flash you back into their team. Breathe on the flank. Light on the flank. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Pays gets out of the fight. That's the problem. The Zeri is separated away from the rest of the team and can't do that much damage. Having said, the follow-up, not good enough because the Scion goes unstoppable with his ultimate. Jungler down. Shun not having an easy game here on the Vi. A comfort pick for him, but hard to play into this composition. And now Baron will be started. JDG have no spite. Well, I mean, the only way they can get through this is, look, Pays, you got to fight your way through it. You're not winning the smite. Do you look for the 4v5? Is that the play? Talia on the flank, no ultimate, no flash. Pace, how much can they do? Knock up from the Baron definitely helps here. Scout going for an AoE stun. This could be the fight. They're clumped up. Feathercaller comes out. How much are the roots going to do? Pace skips out of it, gets a root onto him. Baron goes down. And no one dead from Weibo so far. Would be a good response to them. The Malignus doesn't get through the shield, but Light will go down. Big mistake from Light to not die, not get out in time. Teleport away from the play. One does die, and importantly, it's the AD carry. JDG lose the Baron, but they will at least claim one back onto Light Xayah. Malignant Sperm from Scout, and the anti-ultimate, the Tibbers, not able to stop Airher from going back because he had the shield from his passive. Third Dragon claim for Weibo. Next one will be Salt. Pays back out onto the board. 11 kills on the Xayah. Full build at 31 minutes. That's a hell of a time to do that in Pro. What is Shun doing? Playing Vi. This is how Vi plays, sadly, in some of these cases. Now, I do think... Look, Shun, I think, was also a little bit off in the early game mechanically on the Pantheon. It's not been his best day at the office. JDG... You know, I think that a lot of their success has come through this player, but it's not like he hasn't had his inconsistencies as well. I know that some people say, for instance, on LPL English, really, really rate the guy. I think he's been good. I don't think he's the second coming of God in this split, though. You know what I mean? There's balance to it, as there is in all things. And in a game like this, you can see that, yes, he still has foibles. He can still mechanically misplay. He can still overdive. When he snowballs and he's ahead of the game, by far one of the best junglers in the LPL, for sure. Very, very good when he's ahead of the game. This game, he's not. It's 3,000 gold behind. Tian has diffed him in this game. Picked a good matchup. Not going to go towards Arla. Good vision control from JDG across mid lane. Weibo not really able to use the Baron buff to do that much. A minute left on it. Really getting that much value from the buff. Oh, LR still. Are they 2-0 up now then? Ratones? I'm trying to keep track of like 3 series that you're all talking about in chat. We'll try to cast another one on my screen. So many games of League of Legends happening right now. LCP playing, NLC, of course tier 2, so... I'd say less people care about it, but then again, actually, they do, because Lost Returns are a really fun team to watch. You see, the thing is, I just wish that this had come through when I was casting NLC in 2022. Like, I put a lot of time and love into the NLC, and it's really cool that they're getting getting a lot of hype around it now. I love the NLC as a region. I've got a lot of belief in the grassroots scene there. Just wish that the good stuff had come while I was there, you know. Hard not to feel a little jealous, you know. Casual has 100k viewers. How many have I got? Yeah, I got 200 viewers, folks. Hey, he deserves the success. He's doing really well. I love the projects that he's involved with. He deserves all the success that he's got. Slow game now. Waiting till the dragon respawns. The 5 minutes of doom has come here. JDG realized, look, they can't really stand in the middle ground against Weibo. If they kind of stand and don't find much, chances are a Trundle Pillar, a combo from Talia will hit, and that's, you know, one of the frontliners dead. More people watch them than the LEC? I mean, it depends if you count the other co-streamers, right? Because also, the LEC, yes, the co-streamers use the main broadcast to watch it, right? And also, this is another thing too, right? If you're a big co-streamer and, like, you end up undermining the main broadcast, you then end up having a worse co-stream after the main broadcast is gone. Because this is what's happened with the LPL, right? Because the main broadcast has died. It's harder to co-stream now because there's no background noise, there's no casters to kind of bounce off of on your own co-stream. So while I do like co-streaming, I think there is a question about sustainability of co-streaming. Because you can't undermine the broadcast as well. Because then what happens if you do have to go... I mean, right now we have LCP, LPL, and NLC playing. LEC will be playing later after that too. What happens if they start to overlap? The co-streamers then at that point start dragging some of those audiences they've cultivated away from the broadcast which people watch them for. Scout on a flank. Dragon spawning in a minute. Would be Soul for Weibo. How does economics work for a stream like this for you? Poorly. Poorly, I shall say. It's really hard to sustain yourself on a stream, especially when all the big fish take a lot of the viewers and the deals and stuff like that. Because people tend to go towards the biggest streams, which is completely fair. This is very hard to break into that market. Which is why I try to be consistent about it. Try to see if I can grind myself up towards that point. 30 seconds till Dragon. JDG, this frontline question is alive. Pays, has everything. Flash, Ghost, Ultimate, level 18, full build, GA. Missing. Lots of levels on him too. There's a ward there, which JDG have missed. That's a problem. I mean, he does have Flash, but can you force Flash for Flash here? Breathe might just go for the EW, try and get the little bump onto him. No, not to be the case. Dragon started up, Pays firing some Qs at it. Shoot on an off angle. Scout on off an angle as well. Has the Flash. Let's hope it's better than the movie, The Flash. Xiaohui looking to use his wall to cut off part of the fight. Combo comes through, but Vice gets the Dragon. So, soul point for either team. No fight comes through. Scout, off vision still. Gets spotted now. Gets a stun. Shun goes forwards. What's happening with the Trundle ultimate? Not pulled. Again, pulled through now, and Shun goes down. The Vi has been deleted. 4-man stun from Scout again. Brings Pays back into the fight. Double summon is used from Pays. GA comes through. The flicked mistime Pays. Not able to run away at the end of this fight. No summoners now, but might be able to clean up. Will go in towards Breathe. Gets another kill. And oh, the Zeri starts to run wild. Dragon secured by JDG, 3 for 3, bloodbath in the river. 2 members alive from both sides, but Pays loses everything in terms of summoners and the GA. This is a very close game now. We're going to head beyond, we're going to hit to the next Dragon timer, folks. I don't think either team wants to take an engage away from the Dragons. Neither team has really figured that out. Weibo were doing fine when JDG were kind of just walking up and allowing them to pillar and combo. I think Weibo choose poor terrain for this fight, and JDG choose good terrain for it. No, this is a really good... The Trundle finally comes through, puts it onto Arla, gets a ton of healing coming through. You can see the value of the Trundle. Insane combo from Scout, turns the damage around. The Malignant's burning on the floor. Like it's a great feather pull on the other side of it, though. If Zeri escapes that feather pull, maybe runs through this fight a little easier. Doesn't have a GA for the next fight. Oh, we do have a fight. Shun caught out again. Oh, Shun, 0 and 5 is the Vi. Comfort champion though it may be. I hope it's got a comfortable coffin to lie in. Shun, been probably criminal number 1 for JDG this game. Very much struggled to engage, struggled to play defensively. The Vi, hard to play into this draft, but has very much struggled to get any impact. And now suddenly with the engage tool down, Weibo can walk forwards. They still have both their frontline members available. Inhibitor will just shatter into dust. And that's an inhibitor down. Missing. Pumped back. Where's Pays? Pays died too in the fight. I mean, how did I forget about that? Pays down. Weibo looking to end the game. Just trying to clear the wave now is Arlo. Can he survive long enough with the zombie form? There's 1 minion left. 2 even. And that'll be enough. That'll be enough for them. Weibo walk towards the turret. The Trundle, an excellent turret killer. The backdoor bonus will not be denied. And Weibo will bring us to 1 and 1. It took them 39 minutes, but Weibo find themselves a way to win with the Trundle into the Vi. Shun blasted in this game. Zir, you've had a couple of your champions banned away from you. Xiaohui's LeBlanc used to be very classic, and he goes back to it. Is this the first time he's played it? This is the first time he's played it in a long time. When was the last time he played the LeBlanc? It's been a long time. Let me go have a check. Let me go check. When was the last time he played LeBlanc? It has been quite some time, folks. He played it once last split versus JDG, and he lost that game. He went 4 and 5. Played it more last year, but he's only played it once this year. It's been a while since he's played it. It's JDG forced Xiaohu into a little bit deeper into the champion pool. We saw LeBlanc out of Shanks earlier, so maybe some scrim meta coming through from the LPL. We get ourselves into our 3rd game of the series. 1-1 so far, so we will be at least going to a game 4. At least 1 more game after this. And LeBlanc always been a lane bully, but if you fall behind and you get poppy ganked early, perhaps that's a way to fall off too. So we get ourselves into the game. Let's hear the Kujayos once more. Message is there again. Weibo don't seem to know when to cheer. Blue side cheers first, and then red side cheers after. Weibo were cheering on blue side. Again. Game 1, they shouted, they tried to shout 4 times and shouted over the last one of JDG. Ugh, it's a mess. Normally, so well organized. Today has not been a good showing from the Beijing crowd for Weibo. Who has the better draft, in your opinion? Well, Weibo do have more engaged than JDG. I suppose. I mean, yes, Azir can count into that too. Misfortune pretty good against this comp. Azir doesn't like playing into bullet time. Lucian doesn't like playing into MF all that much either. This is a weird draft. Hard to tell really who's won or lost it, because a lot of it's about individual player ability. He's staying away from those brushes, as you should do. Lucian, Leona, not a combo which you see as much. Gets the double tap. Of course, important to get that CC down, and unlocks Lucian's Vigilance passive, which is the extra damage on auto attack when someone is CC'd near him, or he gets a heal or a shield. Has a cleanse for the Rel, which makes sense here. And the wall stun from the Skarner as well. Breathe on the top lane, Nidalee. Such a dominant pick when it's actually in that lane. Sinus Blade lands from missing. Pace does get himself that increase. Look at this passive. Good damage on the auto attack. Such a nasty set of damage early. Light Air do hit that level 2. Pop a potion, have some cookies running. I hope Weibo wins solely because of the LeBlanc pick. Xiaohu's LeBlanc has been legendary over time. TM will get himself level 3. Easy clear towards the top side of the map. Shun doing the same on the Poppy. Of course, Shun can stop any one of 3 dash champions in this game. The Nidalee pounce. Xiaohu's distorts on the LeBlanc, and then, of course, the crash down from Erha. What's wrong with Scouts Azir? No, Scouts Azir is good. Wait, Gwed. Did you not listen to my whole spiel about Scouts Azir at Champions League? I'm not just saying yapping into thin air. Scouts Azir is good. I was talking about how good his Azir was. Should I stop yapping or what? Scout, good trade onto Xiaohu in the mid lane actually, but he does use his E. That's the problem with Azir. A lot of the time when you trade hard on the Azir, the E cooldown really comes to bite you when you're playing safely afterwards. Crash down out, gets that shield. No, I like Scout's Azir Burfen. I like it quite a lot, actually. Scout's Azir was really good in 2023. Last year it was a little less good, but the whole team was suffering, so I don't think you can necessarily blame Scout for everything there. Shun gets himself bot side scuttle. Potentially could dive bot lane, actually. Is spotted though. Light needs to not lose any more HP. Has the cookies. Maybe start pulling them now. Trying to clear out the wave from coming through onto the... I don't think they can chip this in time. You need to not stand next to the wall here. Light, you cannot get wall stunned. Good damage onto Airhurt. You do get away from the tower. Xiaohu, roam down. Recalling in that position. Does have to... He wants to teleport back to lane. Both mid laners looking to teleport back on that wave. Now I'm not sure he can. Because the wave's going to get... yeah, a bit of a pickle of a situation. He has enough HP to be okay for now. Cannon wave... Often the wave that you want to back before. Because the other laner can't exactly deny you as much CS when that's around. One of the big changes to LeBlanc over time was that when you kill minions, you... With your Q, you last hit them with a Q, either part of it. The Q gets a slightly reduced cooldown. Makes it a lot easier to farm as LeBlanc. Your wave control was a problem for a long time. Still not over the new Victor icon. Doesn't look like him. I agree. Because my problem is that the Victor rework didn't make him look like Arcane, really, because it didn't do any of the body horror justice. But it also doesn't look like his current self. So it just doesn't look like Victor. I'm really not a fan of the visuals of Victor. I mean, the kit is the kit. They haven't changed that much about it besides the reset in the storm. The LeBlanc visuals, I like the splash art. The actual animations in game suck. Like, the walking animation looks like you're just kind of like a vaudevillain, like, creeping around with, like, the hunched back and stuff. It just doesn't look good. Also, LeBlanc doesn't have a difference between a slow walk and a running animation, which, I don't know, feels a little bit meh to play on that front. Yeah, so LeBlanc feels less nice to play than she did before the visual rework. Her animations were actually very nice beforehand, which sucks, really. JDG scales better, yeah? I don't... yes, I guess so. But then again, a bullet time can do a great many things, and it's not like Azir is hitting tanks, so it's not like he scales in the same way, right? Arlo coming in towards mid lane now. Dipping off of that bot lane, realizing he could have get dove down there, so instead choosing to pick up a little bit of CS here. Dragon is available. Remember, we saw a fight over the Dragon last game. Could potentially get a stun and hop over. I'm not really sure why he didn't stun and then look to go over the wall. This W, maybe afraid of Shin flash wall stunning. This time, no fight for the Dragon. Weibo pick it up cleanly. They lost 4 kills in game 1, it was. Game 1, where they fought over it. And JDG got the better of them. Do LeBlanc skins still have the same animations? No, because they were also updated. Isn't LeBlanc the worst champion in the game? No. No, LeBlanc's fine right now. Particularly with some of the AP itemization buffs as well. Some of the burst AP items were buffed. LeBlanc's pretty good in that sense. I mean, in a pro sense, she does need to get a lead. She needs to snowball, but that's the case for multiple champions. I don't think she's unique in that. Xiaohu doing fine in the early lane here. What you really want to do is get LeBlanc into either early skirmishes or into a side lane where you can play very safely compared to others there. Gets the markdown. Ala pops Breathe back, but doesn't get him into turret range. Breathe gets another grasp sprout. Playing well out in the trade there. Not that far ahead in terms of CS, but showcasing the power of the matchup, I suppose. Shun on bot side. Breathe doesn't have flash. Needs to be careful here. Tien's on the bot side of the map. Has 6. Shun doesn't want to go too far, especially with Ala being so low HP. You can't really expect to walk away with a kill there. Breathe has the primal surge to get more value. Of course, one of the great things about going for AD Nidalee is that if you level your E a little more early, you get more attack speed and that heal, which is, you know, a good amount of base healing. Poppy versus LeBlanc. Yeah, no, that's relevant to bring up, but it's not... You know, you're not always going to be able to use that in the side lane. You haven't ganked the LeBlanc early to put her very far behind. Scout was the one that lost the flash. Australia lanes in top side. Grub started up. Now, if JDG get grubs, that's when I get a little bit worried for Weibo. Because Xiaohu on the LeBlanc would like to be using that whole thing where you can kind of pop forwards, get one grub, pop back. Does Tien go for one smite steal? Potential fight towards top side. He hits, flashes on towards Light, uses his attack. Scout has the flash and Light flashed beforehand. Does a good sweep towards the top side. Tien does get himself 2 grubs at the back end of this, but it will be a double kill for JDG. Split the kills, rather, between the Azir and the Poppy. Too far forward with Light and Airhurt. Misfortune not great at defensively per getting out of plays. And now Scout will be able to get a plate on here too. So Scout happy with his contributions to the game, but Weibo do get the 2 grubs. Good goal towards JDG early. That being said, you know, Weibo fell further behind in game 1, and they made it interesting still. Interested to see what Weibo can do with the 2 grubs. Annoying now that they've allowed the Lucian Leona to get ahead of the game. Both their bot laners dying. Tien over the wall. Missing no flash. That might be something they can punish at some point. Tien gonna get this topside scuttle. Well, I say that. He doesn't have smite, so Shun will be able to steal that one away. There is no smite for Tien. So Tien looked to sneak that one away, couldn't do so. Shun getting involved in that topside play. Of course, gets him a kill. Breathe now 10 CS ahead of the matchup. Don't know if he got a plate as well, presumably so with the health of that bot lane turret. Ahead 300 gold. Now, the thing about the Azir into the LeBlanc in the side lane is that Azir can't really stop LeBlanc from pushing in a wave and hitting the turret with the 2 grubs. So Xiaohu might get a lot of side lane value from this. Breathe, we'll see if we can get the same kind of thing with Nidalee being able to you know, hit towers like this. Has the 2 grubs again, as we were saying. Spear backwards. Welcome to the channel, by the way. Razor Whip, saw you join earlier. Enjoy games. Thanks for the follows, I appreciate it. Because we're not like crazy far off of 9,000 followers, which would be a pretty big breakpoint for the channel. The only pick I dislike is the Lucian. The Lucian was there for early lane dominance, and it did achieve that, actually. Question is whether it can actually team fight later. You can hop out of the bullet time at points, but it's not always great playing Lucian into the Misfortune. If the Misfortune chooses the terrain, well, it's really hard to get damage down as the Lucian. Especially without a tidal wave throwing itself at the Misfortune. Teleport towards bot lane. Has a full Ludens. Ludens is a better item than it once was. Or Ludens gun! And yes, for those of you asking, there is a lower bracket in LPL playoffs. Dragon started up. Yeah, loser of this series goes up against WE, and I'm not going to lie, W got so blasted out earlier. They should be really afraid watching this series. Xiaohu needs to be a little careful. Missing could potentially lock him up. Xiaohu has no flash. Oh, no flash, no HP, no teleport. That's the one to reset if you did want to take a harder trade, teleport back. You have to recall now, they're on the weak side of the map. It's safe to recall here, I think. Xiaohu goes back towards base, regens his HP. Tian on the top side, stealing away some camps, keeping himself abreast of the afloat, I suppose, in the individual matchup in jungle. Breeze using those two grubs on the top side. Of course, Nash's Tooth is here, very good at killing towers on the other side, but Breeze gets the attack speed buff on the Nidalee. Tian going towards Arla, who does have flash, but just forcing him off the wave. So Arla falling behind in the individual matchup, which is not something that JDG particularly want to see. There is no song playing Flower. There is no song playing. Which song do you mean, by the way, Pink Flower? Because it'll just be one of the Summoner's Rift backing tracks. Tian jumped onto by Shen, but he just goes through the wall. Solar Flare? Keeper's Verdict? Not sure about that. Yeah, yeah, Pink Flower, I'm not sure which song you mean, by the way. But if anyone in chat knows, and I'm just being an idiot, you let me know. Tian didn't even need to use that flash. Shen, difficult series today. You had another tab open. Yep, that makes sense. Scout into a side lane. Again, Nash's Tooth Azir has been the bread and butter of Scout in side lanes. 1,000 gold ahead almost in the side lane matchup. Xiaohu wants to get some plates on this other side. You know, I think someone was saying that they didn't like Scout's Azir earlier. Scout's Azir has been historically very, very good on a macro sense. Slower game. Breathe and Xiaohu going to share the plates here. First turret going to go towards Scout, I believe. I mean, the Nash Tooth definitely helps. The two grubs on the other side definitely helps there too. Can they kill the turret in time? I think they will be able to. Weibo. Finish the damn tower. They do. Get a couple of seconds ahead. And Impale comes forward. Gets out. Gets missing. Back into the team. Had no flash. Forced the flash out of Arla as well. So not only did they get that turret and the plates, they'll also get themselves the kill. Goes towards the Nidalee. He's 1,000 gold ahead of the Jace. Red buff started up by Weibo. Steal some camps away. Why not? Xiaohu jumps towards Arla, who's very low HP. Can you get the mark pop? Yes, he can. And Xiaohu doesn't even take the last tower shot. Xiaohu's LeBlanc. It's been a while since we've seen it. Gets himself a flashy individual kill. I forgot to close my door. I should really be more aware of that stuff. Don't want to be annoying my neighbors, do I? Well, I'm just recalling in a bad spot. It's way too close to the bush. Tries to turn back some damage, does hit the shock blast, but Xiaohu gets out of tower range before the last tick of damage gives him aggro enough to kill him, to get that tower shot on target. Herald now started up. Will be the second objective of the game for JDG in terms of the feats of strength. They'll be able to claim that. Good tool to go towards mid lane and a turret. On the whole, so Sam and I live in quite a noisy part of town because we live in like the party district, Friedrichshain. Not that we are, like, I don't go to clubs and stuff, but it does mean that people are a little bit more like open to people being loud and stuff because people come home drunk from the streets all the time. Even game in terms of gold. It's within 1,000. And at this timestamp, I think that's, you know, it's even enough. Second item for Scout, that's a big point. Rylai's has been the new item on the last couple of patches since Leandri's has been nerfed a bit. Rylai's, it's just good stats. It's good stats. Trophy started building it. Everyone else started building it after that point. Being able to get some slows is, you know, nice to keep people into your soldiers if you don't have your Q up for the slow itself. One of the walls spots out Ala. Ala doesn't have flash. Had to use that hammer blow to get Tien out of range. Tower goes towards Breathe. He's 2,000 gold ahead. Okay, so JDG are giving gold to the Azir. Weibo are giving gold towards the Nidalee. The Azir is much better with the gold. Jumping forward, Scout can't turn DPS Scouts, Xiaohu rather, so he has to finish that tower. Herald is the mid lane. Good damage onto there. That'll be quick to take down if Weibo ever leave it unattended. 10 seconds till Dragon. Tien doesn't have flash, needs to be careful. Wants to maybe find himself an angle. Breathe has teleport, but he's being held in a side lane by Ala right now. Teleport coming in from Scout. Has flash. Here comes the solar flare. Missing put it through into the wall. Where is the shuffle? This could be huge for Scout. Choosing not to go forwards, and Missing goes down. Flash back from Shun, who escapes the impale. Xiaohu jumping forwards. Pays able to escape the kill combo. Xiaohu dodges down into the skies though. Scout flashing, and oh, he's completely whiffed it. Maybe his Azir is pretty bad. Who knows? Goes down after being given so much gold. And JDG ruining a missed opportunity. Breathe, walking forwards again. Good ability to auto-attack and chase down Pays. Can jump over the wall. Can flash forward for a last auto. Potentially Pays needs to be careful here, actually. That's the red buff ticking him up over time. Oh, a Scout. Well, it's not 2023 anymore. Maybe his Azir really is just more foyable than we thought about it. That was just oof. Oof. So Weibo, despite the fact that they lose their jungler in the play, will be the ones to get the dragon. JDG, poor team fight there. And you can see why anyone's legend were hesitant to pick Weibo. Because they could have picked Weibo despite the fact that they were, you know, or rather because they were the lower seed coming through from the play-in spot of playoffs, the Knights rivals. But they chose Team WE, and obviously they were rewarded for it. They demolished Team WE. So Missing went in, gets himself not a bad combo. Keep his verdict, keeps him in place a little longer. But Scout's not quite here in time to get a shuffle on top of it, or blah, blah, blah. Doesn't want to tank Tower Aggro either. It's heated up. Double teleport coming in from the other side. Oh, not double teleport. Breathe comes in. Xiaohu did a really good job of jumping out of to the skies. He would have potentially died there. Pays put the culling onto him, but Xiaohu good reactions. Flashes out. Xiaohu really good fancy feet onto Scout and onto Ala. Ala's not had a great series either, actually, thinking about it. Game 1 was a better affair for the entirety of JDG. You know, but last game, his Sion struggled. This game, his Jace, tough matchup, but really getting put down into the dirt. Oh, Scout, my dude, I've been trying to protect you so much. I've been trying to be your lawyer here, but he's just admitted to the crime in front of the entirety of court. Xiaohu going towards what looks to be... is that Horizon Focus or Cosmic Drive? Horizon Focus is a hell of a good item on this patch, by the way. I'm surprised to see him go towards it. Scout's still 1,000 gold ahead of Xiaohu. I'm giving him a lot of side lane farm, but he needs to actually use it well. You can't just, you know, take a gold lead and expect to win with it. He needs to be able to apply it. And the problem with the Azir in this kind of draft is not many people are going to sit and allow you to use your soldiers within the range that you want to use. LeBlanc jumps in and out of your range, has this Nidalee. MF often is beyond it, unless you can threaten her with a shuffle. She can put a bullet time onto you, stop you from getting good damage to you. He's gone for the Collector second, by the way, as light. Very squishy team from the side of JDG, has some value from that. Having said, Collector just mathematically does lose some value over time, compared to Lord Dominus Regard especially. Mid lane out of turret from Weibo did fall at some point after that mid lane play, of course. Because you had used the Herald to chunk it out. That's Khan on top side, ready and available. Wait, CFO are losing to Talon? Really? Damn. Surprised at that. Xiaohu has the Horizon Focus. Now, the good thing about this item, by the way, folks, this item here has 115 AP, 25 haste, for only 2,800 gold, by the way. Absolutely insane. Let me put it on screen. It's something like... it's 115 AP, 25... That is how much value, that is how crazy this item is. For that amount of gold, that's the stats that you get. Absolutely insane. Doesn't give you the increased damage anymore, but it's really, really nasty. We'll go towards the Atakan now, though. JDG likely going to take this one for free instead. Weibo choosing to keep Breathe in the side lane is 2,000 gold ahead. Xiaohu hops out of Missing's Zenith Blade. Weibo give up the objective, trying to stay in lanes instead. Mid lane turret threatened by Weibo, but not going to be able to take it on this wave. They only got one minion left. Actually, I say that. No, they get it. Light uses a minion to get the love taps onto the task. Mid lane outer turret goes down. Makes it a lot easier now to look for plays. Use that Skirmishes to drive through walls. Yeah, no, Ari is now pretty good with Horizon Focus second item. I think before it was like a cheap spike, but felt kind of meh. Now with 115 AP, it's just so many good stats. So it's so efficient. Because if you get Horizon Focus on a good timestamp, well, you just pump out damage. I still think that Lichbane also being buffed for Ari feels a lot better, and for a lot of burst champions. Thank you, Pinkflower, by the way. No, I'm not on LEC tonight. I am on tomorrow. I'm on desk, and that'll be my last LEC days for the split. I'm not on the finals weekend. So I'm on tomorrow, and then I'll be done until... I mean, I'll see if I come back for summer. But I haven't... I mean, I assume I am, but I don't want to assume, you know what I mean? Hopefully I will be. So yeah, last day for LEC for the split tomorrow for me. Xiaohu, Breathe. Both trying to play to their individual strength. The side lane. Scout does have teleport. He's actually going towards top lane right now. There's a help ping. Maybe they're trying to catch out Breathe and then both teleport down towards the play. Could be a 2v2 of solo laners here. Xiaohu actually jumping on towards Arla. Scout spotted now. Good double sigil there from Xiaohu. Shun takes the dragon on the other side, so it's 2 dragons apiece. Now Weibo basically saying, give up objectives, use side lane pressure for the last objectives of Atakan on the dragon. Why does Riot keep buffing AP? Well, they haven't necessarily, because they nerfed Liandry's, they nerfed Seraphs, they nerfed Rod of Ages. Wait, did you choose LPL or were you assigned? In what sense, Sawerio? They're not connected. This is my own stream, so I just do this whenever I can. LPL before that, no, I was off LEC and then I was given. It was not organized by the same people, so they were separate. It wasn't like, oh, I'm choosing to go to the LPL instead of LEC, or I'm choosing to go to the LEC instead of the LPL. They were just the whole mess of off season happened at the same time. So yeah, in 2023 I wasn't on LEC and I got an opportunity to do LPL, so I was on LPL and I wasn't on LEC. But those two things are separate. LTA, LCS are very hard to get onto, and also I don't have a green card, and it's very hard to move out there. I mean, I think it's a very fun show, and I like the people that work out there. I think they look like a fun bunch to work with. So, one of the things about Weibo denying objective fights is that it has allowed... I mean, it has meant that Scout can't use Azir in a grouped-up fashion. Is that... You know, despite Payers and Scout being a good item break points, they've not been able to actually fight in a grouped-up sense. Like we said, the last grouped-up fight, Scout didn't exactly pay back the promise of, hey, I've got a lot of gold. Here's how it goes. I think this is heading towards a pretty tense set of objective fights when we do get towards them. Thank you, by the way, Steve. I appreciate it. Yeah, I thought that yesterday's cast with Sam was good. I enjoyed it. Sam had a really good set of lines. They'll make it into the montage. It had pretty much everything as a caster you wanted. So as a caster, things which I want to kind of like show my skill set are, you know, obviously like complex, exciting games, fun storylines, sometimes a pause, sometimes individual mechanics, sometimes just like the absolute montage plays. It had everything, actually. It had a Baron steal, it had like quadra kills, it had everything, man. It was a very complete series and allowed us to show our depth and range as casters. No, sometimes you do want to pause as a caster because it showcases what you can do when things get difficult. Tian has flash. Might need to get through the wall. Missing. Using the ignite, using the solar flare. Buying the summon out of Tian. Baron is up and available. Making sure that Tian's not as comfortable walking at them is quite impactful, of course. Something like the Skarner, if you're driving through a wall at JDG, there's a chance you do get wall stunned as well. Yep, filling pause time as a caster is very much something that you want to do as a caster at some points. Because it show like as in okay, it's a good way to showcase your talent rather. You don't want to do it quote unquote, but it's an important way to showcase your skills as a caster. Doggo was looking bad on Ultra Prime, but he's been solid for most of his career. I think that's trash. I think that's fair. Did he go on to Ultra Prime? Because he was on LG. Was it LGD he was on as well? He was on another LPL team, which he looks meh on. Yeah, LPL never really... Doggo never really kind of took off in LPL. It might have been BLG, actually. This is live, Minoe. This is live. This is live. BLG with Fofo. Ah, yeah, I remember that now. But yeah, Doggo. He's, yeah, gone over towards the LCP. Doing quite well there. Slow game again, by the way, folks. Looks like we really are fighting around the objective timers. The thing is, Weibo are trying to win through side lanes, but it's not really netting in that much. They haven't gotten the inside lane in the turrets. They've not been able to completely destroy Ella in side lane. He's still at 2.5 items. He'll still be a Jace at the end of the day now. Tian walking. Doesn't have flash now, remember, but still quite a tanky Skarner. 2.5 items with the chain lace crushers and giving him an extra magic shield as well. Shin off vision. Shin been struggling this series so far, but you know, ahead of you know, he's doing pretty well. 2 items as well. Decent damage for a Poppy in this kind of build. Baron potentially started, peeled off of. Teleport in, actually. Solar Flare onto the flash, the Skarner, but that's not that valuable for missing. Has flash. Not forced to use it. Shin putting up that W, warding off. Bit of a trench. Flash wall stun onto Nidalee. It's a lot of gold on that Nidalee, but that's gone too far. The front line of Weibo, body block a little bit, and there's Impale onto the Leona. Does have flash, but it's not going to carry him out to safety. One goes down. Is there going to be anything more from this? I think there will be. As Weibo, they have gold leads on the Nidalee and on the a couple of different members, but it's not enough to carry the fights. Dizir gets to DPS this time in a way that he couldn't before. Light goes down, and though missing is taken down early. JDG showcase why they're powerful in this composition in the 5v5. Weibo avoided the 5v5 for quite some time, but they throw themselves into it at this case. Xiao very nearly taken down Shun, but he's put into the ground by a buckler, and Shun gets a solo kill onto the mid laner of Weibo. Baron started up by JDG will be soon finished. As this time Scout gets himself a clean fight. 2k gold ahead. Started off with a little bit of a strange play between frontliners. Thought that Weibo winning out on that, but the backline of JDG really turned up to play. Jay saying, hey Nymaera, just wanted to let you know it was really fun watching the brothers duo for yesterday's LEC match. It's had fun having brothers being a duo, that duo being a thing on stage. Thank you so much, very kind words. Look, Scout and Pays are completely untouched for most of this fight. Xiaohu goes into the fight, doesn't get that much damage down, but like, the bullet time's not threatening them either. Basically no threat hits Pays and Scout. Look, Scout and Pays are untouched. And the gold lead on Breathe is not going to transfer into a team fight. Nidalee does not team fight well as a champion. And then Xiaohu, of course, gets bullied out by what is quite a high damage build from the Poppy. Tries to get a sneaky play here. Probably should have gone for the E star instead of going for the W. And the buckler takes the kill. I think there are some ways to make that play work as Xiaohu, but I don't think you can do it with a QW. I think you either W straight up or you flash W melee range and then QE. I think that might be able to get the kill, but you can't play it like that. Xiaohu, wrong combo. Reset of the game, he'll have another 13 CS. Good hook there from Missing. Gets the root on top of it. Barrier comes through afterwards. Airhead gets the stun. Level 3 hit from Airhead. This is what we're saying. We need to win the lane, and the set absolutely does that. Missing doesn't exhaust Airhead. Wouldn't have mattered if it was into the true damage portion of the W anyway. You can't reduce that. Missing massively overestimating his own tankiness. Scout getting that full bomb onto Xiaohu, but it does go into the damage reduction. But still, Tristana bullying out mid lane. Good sign there for JDG. Damn, they replaced Nymaera. Wait, what? What do you mean? Did he just walk into the center part? He wasn't getting out of it from that move speed. Nautilus is one of the slowest base movement speed champions in the game, which is why if he misses his hook, he is often very much out of position. So, Set has won the lane, and I was saying, hey, you know, Weibo probably prefer their draft if they, if that champion wins lane. You know, Set is a very snowball champion. We saw a lot of it in 2020 and 2021. Of course, in 2020 it was mainly top lane, but we did see it flexed around. 21 was where it really came out into the support role. Missing Shun on the bot side. Shun, of course, bullying out early, making sure that Pace and Missing were on the strong side of the map. Of course, that didn't work out. Light is now seeing Arla and Missing here. Doesn't realize that Shun's here. Shun, of course, on the Nefiri, which is very good at tower diving. Now, is it too late? Shun going to come out of here, uses that W, gets extra damage. Scout comes down as well. There is a teleport, but it will not happen in time to save their AD carry. Missing had the shield, used the exhaust to stop some of the damage coming through. Quick kill onto the Kai'Sa, forces them back towards base. Who got that kill? It was the Ornn. Double daggers out of the back there. Stun coming through. That's the only CC that the set has. Galio coming down now. Xiaohu could flash in for a taunt. I think Arla's going to be dead from this, unless it's a good flash. Won't be able to flash far enough. Goes under the tower, but it is not safe enough. Shun not able to pick up an extra kill. Stun, actually. Hits onto Shun. However, had that W cooldown back up, and Breathe wastes his ultimate, not realizing that. 2-1 in the early game. He has 2 kills on the set. I mean, the set support working out. Very snowbally champion, working out so far. Kill onto the top laner, kill onto the support. Set support. Set up for success. Champion that's been fallen out of the meta for a while now. It was only Adam that played it at 23 Worlds quite a bit. Part of his God's champion rotation. Only real player of that one. Not many people going towards this one now. Even in gold though. Scout ahead in terms of CS. Has a plate in the mid lane already. Xiaohu gets the taunt. Not able to stop the rocket jump, of course. Shun spots out a ward. We'll go towards that bot scuttle. Tian will know he's on it now. Breathe comes down. Shun has flash. Needs to be careful here, actually. Ooh, flash over from Breathe, but Shun still hasn't flashed himself. Does Tian flash over to follow? No. We'll trade from Xiaohu this time into the mid lane. Scout has that level 6, though. Can trade back hard. Shun losing that flash. Tian, at points, doing very well, actually, at punishing Shun in this series. Particularly thinking of that Trundle game, of course. That was the big one. Knight put onto Paze. Double stun on the way back. Paze in a lot of danger. Does have that flash. W hits. Nasty. The set support getting more and more value as the game goes on. As the lane goes on, I suppose. Not as the game goes on. Not necessarily a well-scaling champion. Missing has to back off from the wave. Can't exactly stand there and offer up a stun. What? From Season 1 Worlds till now, which team's champions do you think is best? What do you mean? In terms of, like, the skins that they've chosen? In terms of how good was the team at the time? Hooked into the wall. Missing, my friend. That is not looking particularly happy for you. Has no exhaust. Central double onto Shun. Yeah, Set has probably got the highest damage in the game so far. Which skins do I like the most out of the World Champion skins? Ooh, Xiaohu. That's the E on target. Can't stop the bomb on tower. Which champion skins do I like? I really like Samsung Talon. Samsung Talon I think is really, really good. Samsung White Talon. Hang on a second, Breathe. Has an equalizer here. Puts it on to Scout. Holds his flash. Will not burn down any further. Has a biscuit. discipline from Scout. I would have absolutely flashed there just to make sure an extra tick didn't come onto me. Doesn't even pop the cookie. Grobs will be going down in favor of Weibo, though, which Tristana not able to come over and contest. So in terms of the championship skins, which I like, I mean, obviously the Season 1 Fnatic Gragas now has an extra meaning to it with Shushay. You know, rest in peace. That one means a lot. Season 2, the TPA skins are really good, actually. I really like the Mundo. I like the Nunu. Yeah, TPA actually got very good skins. They've held up very well over time. Their designs are very good. Fnatic ones, Jax is cool with the thing. The Z one's cool for, you know, Faker, but those skins haven't aged as well. I like the Talon one from Samson White, but the rest of them are kind of meh. Xiaohu, trying to steal with a Q potentially. Shen does have Smite, but Xiaohu will not be able to steal with a Q. Season 5, I like the SKT Renekton. That's a really fun one. Besides that, yeah, I mean, the Season 5 ones are fine. That's like at the end of the era when the team skins really represented the team with like very clear logos and stuff like that. Season 6, I think that's some of my favorites. I think that the Jin one is really beautiful. I really like the Syndra one from Season 6 too. They're beautiful skins. Season 7, Samsung. Talia's got some cool Cloud Wall stuff. And the Rakan's a nice one. Scout jumping forwards again. 400 gold ahead of the matchup. Steps back into the taunt. Phase Rush proc by Xiaohu, trading back quite well. Has the steel caps, of course, now. And we'll have to trade ward for ward there. Xiaohu trading quite well, actually, versus Scout, all in all. IG ones are the best ones. I don't play with them that much, but they are nice skins. Yeah, the IG ones are really good. The FPX ones are really bad. Don't like them one much. So I'm missing half the heading beyond the wave. We haven't seen much of this Mel support, not Mel support, we haven't seen much of this Mel bot lane do that much right now. Of course, later on, will be really annoying in terms of the execute threat, but I just don't think that they're going to be able to deal with a Cyclone and an Equalizer that well. I don't get why the Mel came through. I don't get it. Surely you should have played something like the Ziggs instead if you wanted to play a mage bot lane. Maybe something about the lane matchup if it was. The lane matchup's not worked for them. Arla pulls out the ultimate. One Brittle Proc coming through already. Misses one on the first part of that ultimate. Does get the second on the knockup though. Knockup from the Molten Spire. Returning around now. Getting a decent trade back. Not forced to flash. Arla getting a good chunk, but not really getting what he came for. DRX skins are mostly good. I think they're fine. I like the Ashe one. That one's pretty good. The Kindred one's nice too. EDG, Aphelios, and Viego are nice. I do like them. Xiaohu once again does get the cannon with that E as well. Procs the phase rush, gets another Q, gets the double slam combo, which is what you're always looking for as the Galio. The steel caps help him trade very, very well. Scout pushing, but not actually trading that well. Xiaohu even forcing the jump out of Scout. Doing well at getting double passive trades. For those of you that don't know, Galio's passive is 8 seconds long. It gets 4 seconds down per enemy champion hit with an ability each time you hit them. So if you lead with your E or your taunt, you punch, hit your QE or whatever your remaining skills are, you'll get your punch back up. So you get a double punch, which is a lot of your damage when you go tankier builds. It's a lot of base damage. What else is good? I mean, the last couple of T1 skins, they're a little over-designed for me. I know that they have special meaning and stuff. I just think that they're quite messy, noisy skins. So I don't really like the new T1 skins that much. Yeah, the recent era of world skins have been whatever. They've been fine. That one skins are fine. I like the Nidalee down one skin. That one's cool. The other ones I care less about. Down one skins look good because I mean, I know Leona has like the gap, like it's Beryl's waifu from Princess Connect, right? Whatever it is. Although I don't think he plays it that much because I don't think he thinks it actually looks that much like the character. Elysia is the greatest character in the history of gacha. I'm sorry, is that not Yalan from Genshin Impact? Or Yamiko from the Genshin Impact? They're the two which I actually care about for my game. I'm glad I stopped playing Genshin though, I'm not gonna lie. It's just way too much file size in the game. I don't know, everything going on with the voice actors is weirder from that. Sets. Does have a good W, but doesn't do that much damage. Just shield himself away. Is safe for now. Reminder that you sometimes feel safe until you are not, and then the Mel ult burns you out. Xiaohu jumped onto a lot harder this time. Needs to activate that phase rush somehow. Buster Shot comes onto him. Scout realizing actually if he gets caught up, chance he dies there. Especially with Tien with a flash follow-up cyclone at one item on the Trinity Force. Yeah, Yellow was my first ever 5-star. Yeah, Yellum was my first ever 5-star. I had a very fun Hazo comp. I didn't like ever get like the full 5-star rolling and blah blah blah. What did I get? Yeah, I did get that one. I enjoyed Genshin for what it was. It's a fun little exploration thing. The thing which I find interesting about Genshin is like, I didn't like Zelda Breath of the Wild because it felt very tedious, and I didn't like a lot of the drudgery and stuff like that, despite it being a very good sandbox and the mechanics of the game being very, very good. I did like Genshin because I enjoyed the exploring a lot more, and I enjoyed the day-to-day of the game. Whereas, so for me, Genshin, despite it being, you know, copying a lot of what Breath of the Wild did, I prefer what Genshin did with it. And Tears of the Kingdom, because, like, for me, I don't care about the characters in those games. It's based off of nostalgia for Zelda games, which I didn't care as much for it. There's a Camille mid in LCP or PC. As in, like, PCS is in, like, the secondary league, Akashi? Is PCS secondary league playing today? I don't think it was. Because that's one of the feeder leads into the LCP. Because it's no longer the PCS, right? Oh, so was it LCP? Hongq playing Camille. So it's the LCP playing Camille mid, not the PCS. Because remember, the PCS is a feeder league into the LCP. Dragon killed by Weibo. Shun, caught up with an E. This thing is here though. Breathe, you're not that strong, buddy. 1v3 on the side lane, has a flash. Hook back in though. Breathe, you sure shouldn't have been there. Greeding for a chunk onto Shun, gets 1v3. Scout now 1.5k ahead, despite Xiaohu trading well onto Scout. In multiple points we've looked over that. And being within 20 CS, Scout has been the one who's been getting plates and getting value out of these side lanes. Her 2 kills on this set is all of the kills for Weibo so far. In Scout's Tristana we trust. He's had a good track record on this champion back in 2023, remember. Scout now laning, we're missing. Flash forward, but a great reaction from Scout. The stun was there, actually. Not running the Hex Flash, which we always used to see on the set. Choosing not to go towards that. Scout, great reactions. If he's caught in there, chance is that gets chunked down. The Light can follow for the kill. On takes the turret on the bot side. Great reactions from Scout. Overall, he's had a... Well, he had that one really duff play on the Azir. Besides that, good series from him so far. Doesn't have flash now. Does have the ult to pull him back. You need to be a little careful here, buddy. I guess JDG don't know exactly where Weibo's teammates... Well, where his teammates are. Knows enough. Tien and her grouping up. I haven't really seen Tien do that much on the Wukong so far. Later into the game, you know, good enough Cyclone onto the Mal, onto Neferi, onto Tristana. Can do a lot of work, of course. But as we saw earlier in the day from Tarzan, actually, previous jungle for Weibo, you can dive in as the Wukong and occasionally just get completely CC'd, bloodied, and just not achieve that much. If you're the one that's going in alone, it can be a big problem. Not having flash makes it much harder to have a diving buddy. Xiaohu's gone for the Proto Belt, by the way. Not going towards a tankier build, wants more damage. It means that Weibo really are liking tank stats. That tank is a set W. That's it, really. Scout spotted by Xiaohu in this top side. Lost returns 3-0'd. Ah, that sucks. It'd be nice to have a more competitive series. Better for viewership. Talent onto Scout. Misses the hook onto Xiaohu. Punted back. Scout is going on a bit of a world tour. Light comes in with the global. The Scout can't quite finish that. Ornn comes in. Some damage was done towards Light. A cancellation on the call of the Forge God means that Light will not get punished. And missing that hook at the start of the play might be more important than we saw. Tien gets 1 kill. Still has the Cyclone. Ala he's not surviving this one. Xiaohu will make sure the tower goes down. Kill goes onto Ala as well. Scout finally caught out. Pays not at the play. Didn't have teleport to answer. We'll take that mid lane out to turret. But Weibo get a bunch of kills. A shutdown onto Scouts. And they'll stay not for 1 turret, but for 2 afterwards too as well. Xiaohu managing to dodge that hook with the E. So important, but missing. Maybe could have held that more. Teleporting into a route. Pays Not really joined the play that much so far. Blackfire Torch, by the way, has been nerfed. I know that someone in Onivia's chat earlier was saying, why did they keep buffing AP? And that's true for half the items. Half of them were nerfed, though. Blackfire's been nerfed. Seraph's nerfed. Rod of Ages nerfed over time as well. Blackfire Torch, of course, one of those on the nerf list. The burstier items tend to be better. Leandri's nerfed too, actually. So Pei's building 2 nerfed items on the Mel, which is not going to feel that great. Tien does have Cyclone, does have Flash. Quite hard to close him down. Quite annoying to catch a champion like that. They spot the wall, so they'll know someone's right in here. Does have a W. Galliwalt comes through, and that will disengage a little bit. Tien can go over the wall, goes on to Pei's, but the blast gun puts him right over. Shun, does he have any defenses? No, he doesn't. Shun out of position. Difficult series for the jungler. Pei's now jumped onto as well. Flashes over, did a good enough job with the blast cone, but can't save himself from the Kai'Sa ultimate. Weibo very much in the lead now. Gets a roll forwards again. Great Galio ultimate from Xiaohu to bail out his supports. Air had yet to die on the set support. Please don't waste the charge on that, and they don't. They want to get the charge into the second turret, in fact. Good chunk. The first turret, the first charge of the hang on a second. Air flings back Arla. Turret will die, so noble turret shots coming through from that equalizer. Does some damage. All it does is really just dissuade a little bit. And his escape car from the Herald. We'll see. Tien out to safety, jumping forwards will kill the Herald. The Scout now no longer has a W, and he's overstepped. Yeah, killing the Herald might just have killed yourself, Scouts. Goes down. And Weibo, after a 2-turret push in the mid lane, Shun, what are you doing now? Shun! Oh, Shun, what have you done? 2 deaths, chain it into triple kill to Light. Another taunt going forwards. It's all on Pei's. He pulls the ultimate and will kill Light on the back end of this, but Xiaohu will look to see if he can get another round of cooldowns to back E. Does he have one more cooldown left? Where's his sword? There it is. Gets a kill onto the Mel. Will flash out to safety. Xiaohu's Galio, a hero of that play, catching out not just one carry, but then the other one afterwards. JDG, with a lost fight like this, maybe you're starting to hear some silver scrapes. Weibo might just pull JDG to a 5th game. Weibo, consistently inconsistent. Even if Weibo were to lose this series, you look at WE, yes, they won the last series against them, but Weibo, a team which are very, very hard to predict on any given day, and if they play like this, they should breeze through W in that lower bracket, even if they were to lose something like this. Hell, they might still first send JDG there. Scout jumping to kill the Herald. I'm putting himself out of position, not respecting where Xiaohu could be. The Predator helping him get in range. A misstep from Scouts. This time completely his own doing. Definitely not helping. Missing going forwards for the depth charge, trying to buy some space. Not able to get as much disruption as he would have liked. Xiaohu gets right on top of Pei's. The full Winds of Wars channeled onto that Mel. Gets the phase rush to jump around them. Gets the kill. Waits until that last taunt to do so. And flashes out. Dragon has started from Weibo. There was a flash somewhere in there. Where did that flash sound come from? Oh, I guess it wasn't. Atacon started up now for Weibo. Sets ultimate, not bad. Mel goes invulnerable but can't escape. Scout over the wall, but he doesn't have the damage. Another quick 2 kills. Call of the Forge God isn't bad. Shun, maybe he can start to reset now. It might be on the Neferi. Scout alive too. Arla goes down though, and the members just aren't alive. Shun jumps in, but for like so many times in this series, he jumps in and does not have the damage to follow up on the promise. A full 5 deaths for JDG, a clean ace, the Atacon, and the Dragon for Weibo Gaming. JDG, they're going to get forced to 5 games by Weibo. Weibo JDG has been a massive head-to-head over time. In the recent era, you know, even back to the JDG super team, Weibo had a good head-to-head over them. You know, coming to 2023, that's when things mattered. Weibo beat JDG in spring and summer of 2023 in their super team split. 2024. Weibo beat JDG as well. Not just in the summer split, but also in the regional finals. They denied JDG their chance at Worlds with Ruler in their last hurrah. Coming into this split, JDG beat Weibo in their own 5-game series. But this could go to another 5 games. Weibo JDG is a matchup that somehow always delivers, regardless of who comes out on top of it. Whether it's super team or a step below that. Weibo, giving as good as it takes. Remember that JDG were forced to play this opponent because Anyone's Legend said, yeah, let's not touch Weibo in a best of 5. They're dangerous. We'll pick WE instead. They 3-0'd them, put them to the sword. Now JDG has to deal with the dice roll of Weibo. Teleport towards bot side and a teleport away. Scout realized he was under threat, teleports away from pressure. Gets himself out safely. Weibo JDG, one of my favorite matchups in the LPL. One of my absolute favorite matchups in the LPL. Weibo, a team which so rarely makes sense, but one which you do like to just keep a weather eye on because they can do some crazy, unforeseen things. Tien, going forwards, buster shot back, doesn't pull the Cyclone, Scout loses an ultimate. Could have been worse. JDG, now seeing a 2.3 thousand gold lead in jungle. Shun had a good Poppy game. His other games in the series have not been good. Hey, Hell, nice to see you, by the way. Thank you. I enjoyed my cast yesterday, too. I'm glad you did. Bloodletter's Curse on Breathe will help Galio do some extra damage, too. And the Kai'Sa has a decent amount of magic damage in the kit. Breathe able to put that magic resist shred across the team. Baron now started. Lights with the Rage Blade, pretty good at this. Now, there is such a thing as a Baron throw. We all know about that. Shen has flash, but he's punted back into the team and can't get close. Erho will give up his life to make sure that the Baron is secured. And Weibo will secure that mega objective. A minute till Dragon, they can recall resets and control the map before the next big fight of the game. Erho uses the Ignite, uses that ultimate. Shen nowhere near being able to steal that. Would have to W the set ultimate to get in there. Wasn't able to win that reaction check. And yeah, Shun, difficult series from the jungler on JDG. Of course, he left BLG last in this offseason. It wasn't by his choice. There were some allegations that Weibo's manager was trying to poach Shun from BLG. And regardless of the truth of that, BLG chose to cut ties. Scout, Shun ended up on this team instead. Xiaohu, bug step on the hook. Second time he's done that this game, hasn't died. The venerable mid laner opening up an opportunity because he's not died. Light going way too deep, but he's alive all the same. Scout goes down instead, and where there's a will, there's a Weibo. JDG once again going to be forced to a 5th game against Weibo. Pays this Mel bot lane has been utterly invisible. It's a pale reflection of what the champion used to be on release. Weibo will walk in with the Baron buff on top side, and JDG, that failed play onto Xiaohu, unkilled on the Galio, trading so well through the game. Don't look at the gold advantage. Xiaohu has been a monster on the Galio. They'll take the inhibitor. With 10 seconds left on respawns, I don't think it's the game here, but with an inhibitor broken, a successful Baron power play for them. JDG will be limping towards the end of this game. Dragon's still alive. Weibo will use the last minute of that Baron to recall, head towards that part of the map. And JDG, do they have to contest? I suppose they might have to think about it. I think we're getting some silver scrapes. Awesome backstep. Second time he's done that this game. Xiaohu, Galio, one of his better champions too in the past, back when he was hyper powerful in 2017. Of course, it was Faker that dealt him a harsh blow on that, but Xiaohu's had his own time on it too. Shun, once again, just not having impact this game. Think back to his Vi game, another comfort champion for him, which failed in this series. Weibo, of all the teams you place in a best of 5, this one might be the scariest in the LPL because you have no idea what they're going to do. Will they turn up like this? Will they have complex compositions, which even they barely know how to play at points? Hard to tell. JDG coming in 3rd seed from playoffs on a hot streak coming out of the back end of Group Ascend, the only team to beat BLG in a best of 3 in the 2nd round robin, but also a team that is prone to their own streaks. Went 0-3 in series multiple times in Ascend, did it twice. Dragon secured by Weibo. Last of the Baron buff will fall off now. 10,000 gold lead near enough for Weibo. 4 items on the Kai'Sa, 3 items nearly on the jungle. JDG, a couple of fights in side lanes gone wrong. They've chosen a lot of the macro plays a little less cleanly than we expect from them. And it's very likely to go towards a deciding 5th game. And what that means, folks, it's important if you're listening right now. There will be a side select 1v1 before game 5. We had 1v1s in our regular season to decide game 1 side select for our best of 3s. In playoffs to save time and also to add the hype to the occasion. It's only the last game in which side select is confirmed. Now, I believe in this series, blue side has won every single game. That 1v1 may well determine the outcome of that last game if that fact holds true. JDG lost a 1v1 to anyone's legend in game 5 last playoffs, which saw them into the lower bracket where they lost against top esports. JDG, they know the threat of a 1v1 as well as the promise it gives you. JDG very much a team which would want to avoid that fate again. Her holding the wave, allowing someone else to come get that farm. He's had a great game on the sets. The champion pool has been split. Credit to our rookie of the split having such a good performance on the set. He's on the shortlist for my player of the game. I think maybe he is actually. The 2 early game plays. The death to secure the Baron, all very valuable. Of course, Xiaohu on the Galio as well. And an absolute linchpin for Weibo. Oh boy, just had to be a 5-game series, didn't it? For my croaking voice. If you are sat here, enjoy this. Very rarely do you get matchups like this, which are all over the place. As much as this. Yeah. Upgraded physical defense boots for Tien. Adding that extra shield on, delaying some of that bleed. Out of vision right now. On it now. Using that sweep to make sure that JDG don't have a cheeky ward here or there. 2.5 minutes until Dragon spawns would be Ocean Soul for Weibo. Bloodthirster on light. Important note, by the way. When you have the combination of the Bloodthirster and the Rage Blade, once you start applying on hits twice, every other auto attack, that also applies lifesteal twice. So the Bloodthirster, not only going to give you more value, it's also, or give you survivability, it's also going to give you doubly value on the Rage Blade hits. Protobot comes forward, doesn't quite land that E. Don't quite see that damage check onto Xiaohu. Molten Edge onto Scout now, the upgraded Infinity Edge. I know it's not named that anymore, but screw you, I'm going to call that anyway. Missing, flashing out, hooks the wall. Easy kill, Baron available. Weibo might just head towards that now with the threat of the engage much diminished from JDG. That Nautilus very key to open up another angle of attack. Air on a flank, going the long way around. I think he might be overcomplicating things here. I think Weibo wants to go towards the Baron. Use the numbers advantage. Flashes backwards though. And gets the instinct onto Pays, the immobile carry. And he can't do nearly enough. Pays the Mel has just not been what this team has needed. They don't need a Baron. All they need is their rookie of the split. In the dumb Husky. Yes, Air translates towards that. Tien, one more E would do it. Not quite going to get in range. They'll kill an inhibitor. And with 2 dead, including Scout, including Pays, missing just coming back alive, Weibo will see the lack of damage on the other side and say, you will not stop us from hitting the Nexus Tartala. We'll get the knock-up onto Light, but there's just no damage. There's no follow-up. There's a Nautilus ult. But the only one being sent to the depths is you, friend. Missing in action, much like the towers of the Nexus. And we will be going to a 1v1 side select for our first game 5 of playoffs. 1v1 loading right up. And we'll see you for our 1v1. Not, it doesn't to the Jarvan, MF Lulu. Someone tell Fnatic that. I hear they're looking for answers to that. On to the Rift. Let's hear those Gyos.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
That Jing Dong crowd chant leader. I wish I had lungs like his. I would follow him into battle. JDG. They have a battle standard bearer in Shun. Shun's Jarvan. Champion which put a lot of time into over the years. Played a lot on BLG, of course. And IG before that. Matt banning Gwen while Jack's first pick is something to think. I mean, I thought that too. But also... potentially it would have opened up some other options, being one of the few AP top laners left in. Clear the ward at level 1. Scout gets a trade onto Xiaohu, but the early XP... I'm trying to remember if that actually... oh, you don't get wards from XP from wards anymore. I forgot about that. That was a change they made a while ago. Fnatic Jarvan. Yeah, pick up that world's Fnatic roster. Shuche as well. Xiaohu getting the Q level 1. Not wanting to get the hard trade back on from that Q. The Ricochet leveled up level 1 from Light, not the thingy. Boomerang Blade. We'll get him range for that counter-strike. Gets the grass proc. 6 and 6 is Breathe. Played an awful lot of it. I do think he's one of our best ambassadors in the LPL. Very, very good. There was a game he played, I think he even was against JDG, where he got a 10th... maybe it was W, actually. Maybe I'm wrong. He had a 10,000 damage teamfight on ambassador at some point this year. Had a quadruple... he had a quadruple Infernal Soul... and the Atacon, which increased it in the last patch. Breathe jumps out of the counter-strike this time. Breathe, of course, just beat Alice Jackson the 1v1. Good Q there. While getting the push in top side. Any interesting early jungle paths? Scout trading hard hit. Electrocute finally comes through from Xiaohu. Hard to proc that in lane sometimes. You miss one skill shot, pretty much that's it for the Aurora. Tian was spotted out in his first half is clear. Skipped his wolves though, interestingly, so he's going to be slightly closer to bot side than maybe they're aware of. Jarvan now walking into the enemy side of the jungle, has his own red, but spotted heading in here. Tian will know about it. Gets himself the Krugs. Shin will spot him now. He doesn't know that, though. Pei's almost stealing that. Do they clear the ward? Yes, they do. Early lane pressure from the Jin Renata. He stopped the recall? Yes, he can. Arlo not able to get in towards that. Hang on, Tien, you gotta be careful here, buddy. Doesn't see it, doesn't flash either. CC'd in. Tien, where are your eyes? They're not on your screen. Looking elsewhere, goes down. JDG, early invade, good vision control, good bot lane, and mid lane dominance. And that's the first blood to Pei's on that Jin, because Tien didn't flash. Was CC'd up. Mid lane and bot lane losing hard in the early game from Weibo. Tien not only losing the red buff now, but losing his own life. Air and Light couldn't roam over. Slow on the push, slow on the roam out. But Tien, surely, if you knew that they're in that side of the jungle, you don't walk up like that. Perhaps trying to play an advanced mind game of where he thought they were going to retreat through. Maybe get an angle onto mid lane as Scout pushed up. Top Scuttle now going to be claimed by Tien. Does he get double Scuttle from this? Questions. No, not likely. Could potentially go topside. Was spotted by that top lane, by that mid brush ward. Bot lane on the roam. Not on the roam, but you know, changing across the place. Jin Trap spot out that pixel brush. There's some wards outside the brush, by the way. They spotted there by it, and they spot that ward. Early cooldowns from the ambassador, a little bit difficult. Notice that Breathe chose not to dash there, instead staying in place. You don't have to activate your passive to dash around. Counter-strike, not getting that much value there. Now there's a problem. You're leveled down, you don't have counter-strikes. Long cooldown at the first rank. Alice Jack's, of course, something he's very confident in. Shin will clear out that control ward. Xiaohu, jumping forwards. Can he get himself to E? The slow lands. Grab field. Electrocute, but Tien can't get the passive. Because, of course, he's stunned up. Scout missed the cannon. That's what they're talking about, though. Worth noting that, you know, Victor missing CS at all, a bit of a problem, because they give him stacks towards his passive. No Silas Yone in games like this is rare. I completely agree. I thought that Silas and Yone were going to be much larger picks. Level 6 hit from Scouts. Forced back. Xiaohu missing about half a wave. Hang on a second. That's a tunnel forwards. Pace forced to flash. Good from Airham. Again, this guy is... this guy was really, really good on the set that last game. Dipping into the champion pool deeper. Rookie of the split. It's been really good in this series. It's been a very good support. See if you can get value out of the Bard. Notoriously a hard champion to play, and notoriously not one that the LPL has ever done particularly well with. Much more of a pick elsewhere in the world, of your LCKs of the world. Cull for pays, by the way. Still ahead in gold. Will be even further ahead in gold when that cash is in. Dragon started and finished by JDG. First one of the game, Mountain Salt. Haven't found out our Rift yet. We know it's not Mountain or Hextech. Creep dashing around. Needs to be a little bit careful here. Gets a grasp brought back to heal up some. Winning the matchup in terms of CS versus Ala worth noting. Ala has teleport, which helps a little. His skill shots into missing, takes some HP off of him, but he has the loyalty program. Spell shield from Light means the trade doesn't come back. The kill from Pace separates the AD carries, and that's it. So, later this game goes on. I think the more important it is that Weibo don't take single directional fights. You want to be able to make sure the game is not about a choke point into which Cataclysm shuts off one angle. The Victor Chaos Storm shuts off one angle. Because if there's a big Jarvanaut and people don't have flashes or mobility left, all of the skill shots from JDG and all of the ultimates are going to completely destroy Weibo. Weibo do have the tools to make this a very interesting set of team fights where they teleport in either of the solo lanes for a flanking option, force JDG to pay respects to more than one angle. The way that you beat a Renata, champions like that, is by taking a second angle. Tien just getting himself to level 6 actually off of leeching some XP from top lane. Important, was behind of course in that jungle clear, died for that first blood as JDG invaded onto red buff. Scout has flash, ult coming in from the Civet. Spell shield from Light gets rid of that slow there. Ultimate used from Light and from Xiaohu. Scout loses that flash and half his HP. He won't be able to contest now. Has no teleport to go towards him. And of course Sejuani does a lot more damage to objectives than you think if someone comes over to help her and then melee. Three very quick grubs. Xiaohu, after taking the flash away from Scout, will teleport towards bot side, collect the wave. Loses 2 melee minions. Gets the XP for the third at least. Light on that Civet showing what the champion can do to threaten these longer range but largely immobile carries. Is hung out of the league. Has come in to replace him. He did play one series towards the end of the split. Came in for the best of 5 Knights rivals. The 3-0 TT, knocking TT out of spring splits. A Raptor steal for Shun. He's staying very far ahead in the individual matchup. This is a problem if the Sejuani gets shut out very, very hard. Shun, if he gets ahead of the game, you know, the one item swipe from Jarvan, really nasty actually. Great trade there from Breathe. Arla trying to take a longer trade, gets that W through, gets the grasp. Even things up a little. Breathe though, still 20 CS up in the individual matchup. As we were saying, he is one of the best ambassadors here within the LPL. See if we can continue on that hot streak. Say that he's 6-6 on the champion, played so much of it. Is this a real LPL match? Yes, this is a real LPL match. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You seem surprised. It's a real LPL match. Missing, roaming up towards topside in case anyone's sneaking around. Dragon in a minute and a half. Gold largely even. Lead in jungle, the one which is most, I think, concerning to both teams right now. Game 5 banger coming in? I really hope so. I really hope so. Welcome to the channel, by the way, Elephant Bush. Sejuani on top side. Missing up here too. Has the flash, has bailout. Not bad. Drops out. Ult coming through. Ala out of mana. Does have a bailout. Passo comes through. Bottle misses, but forces Ala backwards. Shun, what can he do? Good double stun, though, from Erha. Still has the heal, and Shun has turned up and is largely just a spectator. Flashes for the CC, flash out of the Cataclysm, and Shun's Jarvan is out of cooldowns. A grass proc, a heal from the Bard, and Erha and Tien make the difference. Weibo, strike first, 3 for 1 in the top side. Well, 3 for none. 3 for none, not a single kill coming the side of JDG. 2-0-1 into the Ambassador. Breathe, one of our very best players of it in the league, as we've been talking about so much before this point. Shun gets no value out of the Jarvan, out of the gold lead, out of the XP lead, which he had going into that play. His combo doesn't do damage. If you flash out of the Flag and Drag and he flashes to follow, you'll see this coming through there. You get the knockup, but you don't get the damage. You know, Ala comes through, doesn't expect Tien to be there. It's coming up very quickly too. The ultimate from Renata does nothing. It's onto one man, does very little. Great double stone from Erha as Shun walks up to give him that. And right here, look what Shun does. You know, he gets no damage, because when you get the knockup, you don't actually hit the Q. Flashes out of that ultimate, that doesn't do any damage either. And then Breathe, you know, a couple of seconds off of getting his cooldowns back. Shun gets to heal through with the Bard Summoner spell, and Breathe survives. Oh, that is huge. Early gold lead now established for Weibo, and 1,000 gold up, and a clip's already built up by Breathe. His trades are going to be that much harder now. Shun's had a difficult series, folks. I feel like I've been saying that a lot. I do wonder whether Shun should have gone towards something like the Maokai instead. The Jarvan is risky. Did get ahead in the early jungle, though, so perhaps that is not the complaint I should be making. Maybe it's more about tracking the early jungle support roams. Maybe it's about the decision-making instead. Draft can't solve everything, of course. Dragon available. The golden topside helping Tien back in terms of his items. We'll miss that ward outside of Dragon Pit. Doesn't have a melee to help him up with the Dragon Star either. Shun could work his way down here, but he's actually going towards topside instead. Not wanting any of that smoke. Scout going to roll the Rod of Ages build, worth noting. A little harder to kill, a little less damage though, especially with the nerfs. Xiaohu coming over to help with this. He has the Rod of Ages too. Nerfed item, but it does make you much more self-sufficient. Ward in from missing was spotted though. They'll know that there's a ward there. So they know what they know. Missing really trying to get some extra help towards Ala. The Eclipse Shield makes it so much harder to trade back though. That was the Repudiation and the Eclipse, I think it was. No, it wasn't the Repudiation actually. Call me a liar. They need to just babysit this Jax now. Ala's Jax so often has been so impactful. Down almost, you know, it's 25 CS right now though. Plate almost claimed by Xiaohu. Wanted to see if he can get that DOT onto the tower. Can't quite do so. Xiaohu might in fact need to put the wave in to get the wave clear. If he ults, maybe he can get the wave clear and hit that turret afterwards, get that one plate. It would be quite a lot invested for that plate, but hey, gold is gold. Scout now wave clearing out safely. He will get rid of that one trap by walking over it with his face. Level 11 hit by Scout, and Xiaohu will not be able to get that last plate as they fall off in the next few seconds. Herald spawning in a minute, fighting over vision control. Weibo, a reminder, they do really need to take fights from multiple directions. That last plate, we can see how difficult it is for the Renata to play when it's not a fight in a single direction. She could load up the ultimate right now, and that could be quite dangerous. Chooses not to. Gets the pick. To get that much, that's a little better. Get onto the Jarvan. Again, don't want to fall too much into the choke point. Xiaohu not joining this play. Does have that teleport, has level 11. Jumping forwards. Pays, losing both the summoners. Now that's a victory you can be happy with. Those summoners make it a lot easier to punish him the next time. No flash for the next Bard ults. Herald in 20 seconds. No summoners on Pays, will have to recall. Herald likely taken by Weibo now. JDG, the 1v1 not going their way. The top lane fight not going their way. We've been trying to put a lot of emphasis on this top side to shield the Jax from an ambassador which is very far ahead. Not... Oh, yes, he is able to cancel that back. I didn't believe him for a second. Breathe 1.5k up. God, that's a fed ambassador. Especially into mobile carries, one of which doesn't have a flash right now. Breathe licking his lips. That's a gift to an Ambessa. Has a teleport to make his way back into the play, as do the mid laners who are currently stationed in bot lane. Herald started. JDG actually are moving over towards this. Tian gets his red buff, chooses to spend some time farming, catch up in XP. Gets to level 10, gets red buff. Missing in the brush. He can stay out of vision. Of course, very, very impactful air hat. Dodges out on that. Hang on. Missing's out of position again. Does have flash air. Needs to be a little careful here. Doesn't have the bar ult just yet. Tian going to be jumped over by Shun. Xiaohu into the backline. Hops around like a buddy. And he's not got that much HP to work with. Has flash. Needs to be very, very careful. Flashes and gets CC'd anyway, but lucky to get out. That's a better bar ult. No flashes on these two. Where's the stun? Ambassador goes into it, and the hostile takeover is not what they need. Ola comes through, and his counter-strike counters nothing. The counter goes to 0, as does Shun's HP bar. Not quite. Stays in the digits, double digits at best, but that's it. Weibo find another good fight using those lack of summoners. No ultimate now from Scouts to wave clear. Out, Xian goes forwards, and he has an ultimate. Going forwards again, breathes so much damage with the Eclipse. And he'll get a kill. Onto the next layer. Xiaohu, what are you doing, my son? Gets himself out. What am I talking about? Gets the kill onto Missing. He knows the damage better than I do. Tian may just burn down, but he kills the turret first. And even he lives. Weibo playing on the slimmest of margins, and JDG find nothing. They find nothing. The only kill they have this entire game is a kill on the initial invade onto Tian, and that is it. Weibo doing such a good job of denying Missing any value. Missing has had a horrid game on the Renata, not positioning well to get his ultimate value. Hayes, no flash, needs to be very wary of his positioning. Xiaohu jumps right onto the backline. Uses his combo onto Missing, who had no flash there. Or rather, used the flash. Xiaohu flashed that himself, but he, again, just forces Missing out of that point where he can be useful. Now he has that ultimate, but again, it's just not the best ult position. You go into a Sivir in the backline, he dodges out on it through sheer move speed. It's just the bard you hit. The hostile takeovers need to be better. If you're not hitting good ultimates on the Renata, what value are you actually bringing? Tin gets his ultimate back up, hangs back out of vision, nails it onto Scout. Yeah, the handshake stops it being a clean kill, but the fight starts anyway. I have no idea how Xiaohu makes it out of this. Hits the Q, jumps backwards, gets the pop back, survives on 20-something HP. Close run does not seem to be the end of it. Scout, no flash. Xian doesn't have the ult. Shun misses the combo. Shun is even in gold now, by the way. Good early game, but struggling to impact after that point. JDG, they are our 3rd seed. Weibo, they have faced stronger versions of JDG before and beaten them. You can argue that Weibo have been stronger versions of themselves before too. The Tarzan rosters, the Weiwei, the Shy roster. Weibo take that bot lane out of turret. Weibo somehow, nameplates turned on, find a good matchup versus JDG. These teams always go the distance. Always, always go the distance. Xiaohu and Scout, of course, LNG and Weibo also back in 2023 and 2024 also had good matchups too. What a matchup these two organizations have had over the last few years. It's becoming historic now. Since 2023, this is a matchup which I will tune in for no matter what. Caught out by the W, a lot of CC, ults himself. Doesn't have the flash, might not need it. Oh, that Bartle's wonderful, and it's Missing that goes down instead. Ola jumps out, knows that the play is retreating fashion now. There is no hostile takeover. Where's your peel? Where's your CC? It's not there anymore. JDG will get out with some HP bars blinking. This support has been such a wonderful addition to Weibo. Hung didn't cut it here on Weibo. Came in, our rookie of the split, and proving exactly why. What a wonderful addition to the LPL this support player has been. Ults himself out of danger and turns the play around with the rest of his team. Herald goes to Weibo. Over a 4,000 gold lead, or yeah, just under rather. And Weibo are in a wonderful spot in this game. 3 kills on mid lane, 3 kills on top lane. The Jhin not able to stand and fire. The Victor and the Jhin wants to be stood in one place, defending one avenue of attack, and that's not been allowed to happen by Weibo. They've taken fights in terrain where there's a wall going across the fight, not down the fight. open up a second angle, throwing Xiaohu into the flank, throwing Breathe into the flank. And JDG have not had a great idea of how to deal with that. It's been a while since we could look at Weibo and say, yeah, this team is good. This team is a top-tier LPL team, blah, blah, blah. Look, JDG are one of our top LPL teams. They're in 3rd seed. Weibo, the gameplay they've shown today has been excellent. In game 4 and 5, playing out the set support on the Bard. Digging into the champion pool as rookie of the split. And, you know, getting an MVP in that game 4 to bring us to match point decider. This guy, eyes on him. Let's see what he can do. Let's see how he grows. Supports in the LPL, not something which I think has been a strong role for a while, but hey, maybe Aho can grow into that. Join the ranks of some of our better ones here in the LPL. Stop to take a drink, stay hydrated, so my voice is at its ends. Wouldn't trade that for this experience, though. Atacon available. 2 dragons to the side of Weibo. That one's up in 2 minutes. Second item hit by Xiaohu. These are nerfed items, of course. The Rod of Ages, less HP. The Leandries, less AP. So a little stronger, a little less strong than they were. And it was a patch or 2 ago. The 3 grubs help them push in the towers. Herald summon in top side. The tower will die before the charge comes through, and it means they'll be able to charge into the second turret instead. JDG. Can they defend through into that? We'll see. Charge doesn't actually take any HP. The charge is still up. Good damage to get on that side lane inner. Mid lane turret, of course, is already gone. Weibo took that earlier. We'll get a charge in towards that side lane. Very hard to engage into Weibo here when they have the Sivir ultimate. You have, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot more damage than I think he was ready for. And Breathe comes over the wall. Now make sure Arla breathes no more. Combo onto Mystic. The tower disabled. And Weibo, where have you been this entire year? Weibo always give you a reason to believe. Somehow, someway. The Weibo support is a painful experience, but only 22 minutes into the game, they've taken an inhibitor. JDG brought to match point, coming in as the upper seed. They could have chosen between Weibo and Invictus Gaming as their remaining seeds. They chose Weibo, and they might have chosen their own doom. An awesome play from Weibo. An unseen CC combo out of Fog of War onto Arlo, who has been dumpstered in the 1v1 and on the Rift. He'll get himself an objective bounty on the bot side. We're only 23 minutes in. Free Atacon for the side of Weibo. Yes, objective bounties for JDG will help them claw back in bits and pieces, but CC'd by the Herald. Gets whacked by the Bard stun. Wasn't expecting it there. CC chain, Sejuani, Ambessa. Q coming through from the Sivir. Easy as you like, missing, flashing back. He's had a horrid game. His ultimate comes in too late to make a difference. Goes into the bailout, and yeah, it's a good ultimate, but it's too late. Do it while people are alive to do damage. Shun, I believe, has cast 1 ultimate this game. It was top lane. It was flashed out of. Shun has dealt a total of 0 damage with his Cataclysm, if I'm correct. For someone held in such high regard in the LPL jungle pool, he will be reviewing this performance very carefully. Dragon started up. JDG, what do they do? Pushed into their side of the map. No vision anywhere. So many powerful members walking around from Weibo. Putting out some deep vision too. Hard to stop Bard from doing that with how fast he moves and how he can traverse terrain with the tunnel. It's too early to state the Baron. At least they don't have to worry about that. Scout about to level up with his Rod of Ages. We'll bring him towards good XP levels alongside Xiaohu. Mid lane in a turret now, focused on. JDG don't even think they can stand and defend it. They can't even defend an inner turret at 25 minutes, 5v5. That tells you how badly this game is going. JDG may well have been felled by one of their strangest, most inconsistent rivals, Weibo Gaming. What a team. I mean, by the way, all-time series, by the way, 7-7 in terms of series. Game total, 18-20 in favor of JDG. After this, it'll be 8-7 in series, but only 21-22 in games. These two teams have been neck and neck their entirety of their existence. The entirety of their existence. Close doesn't seem to cover it. JDG will be sent to the lower bracket if they lose this game to face off against Team WE. On the other side of the lower bracket is FPX IG. Whereas Weibo face off against anyone's Legend if they win. I don't think I would have been predicting that before today's games. Weibo had a huge loss streak before they 3-0 TT. Perhaps something changed in practice. Perhaps something changed in preparation. Perhaps something changed on the patch. They're awake now. That's scary, because Weibo, they do have a high upper ceiling with these players, potentially. We just haven't seen it. So a lot of people have written off, understandably so. If you'd written off Weibo, I was there with you. This team looked awful in Group Ascent. They lost to Team WE multiple times. Not a team which you could believe on in the regular split, but hey, playoffs have a way of leveling up certain teams. There's a ward behind Arlet. He needs to be aware of that. He won't be, unless he dips into that brush. Dragon in 3 minutes will be solved for Weibo. Baron's available now. Problem is, Weibo have gotten so far ahead so early, they actually can't finish the game right now. The inhibitor down the top side means that Breathe actually could lose some minions here too. Arlet, he was 3.5k ahead, now 2.5k ahead, given some lost farm and the objective bounties for Arlet. Himself that cannon. How do Weibo push the game forward now? Baron's available. Do they have the damage to take it? They have a third item onto Sivir with the Infinity Edge. Worth noting that on the other side, Pei is not that far behind individually. Though his build does a lot less damage, I'll grant you. Rapid fire cannon of Yomu's double or triple ults. Oh, oh, the rookie support does it again. And the ultimate from missing means jack shit. It achieves nothing. JDG have been blown apart by Weibo, torn apart at the seams, and Scouts hits the floor with the rest of his team. They don't even need a Baron buff. They'll kill the mid lane, inhibit the turret, and Weibo Gaming somehow, someway, once again, make us believe the team which you always somehow think you can count out finds a way to knock JDG, the third seed, down into the lower bracket with a 3-2 result. Weibo will go on to face anyone's Legend, and JDG will rue the day they picked Weibo Gaming. That Bard was something spectacular. You may be witnessing the start of something truly great from this young support Airhap. His name translates to Dumb Husky. I think he's a pretty clever dog and a pretty top dog at that one. What a performance in Game 4 and 5 from Airhap. I think it's a double MVP for him back-to-back. Weibo win on JDG's home ground in Beijing. Beijing see their team, JDG, knocked down to the lower bracket in 5 games on home soil. Only Weibo could win in the LPL like this.